Good morning, everybody. It's coming up to 9:30, so we'll make a start. So good morning, welcome back to many of you. Some of we saw yesterday, a few new faces today, but probably not new from when we did stage 1 hearings. These stage 2 hearings follow on from the stage 1 hearings held some time ago. So this week and next week's principally looking at new evidence that the council's prepared since then, rather than going back over information and things that we dealt with at stage 1. Otherwise it'd be like Groundhog Day. We'd never move on. So as you know, my name is Louise Crosby and sat next to me is Elaine Worthington. We're both inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act to carry out the independent examination of the Shropshire Local Plan. So we refer to the document as the plan during the hearing sessions. Most of you probably spoken to and this morning seen Kerry Truman, who's the programme officer, and her colleague Ian Bussey. So they're your first point of contact during the hearings. So they're based here during the hearing sessions and they're contactable outside of that on their email, phone, as usual. Just a few housekeeping points first. Can everybody hear? Yeah, the mics seemed to work quite well yesterday. As I pointed out yesterday, they're quite sensitive of the microphones apparently, so you haven't got one each, so you might need to move it along a little bit, but they do tend to pick up quite well, and it's quite good that you haven't got those big microphones in your face when you're speaking, which is quite good. Because they're quite sensitive, be careful leaving them on and speaking. You might say something to somebody next to you, a colleague or whatever, that you don't necessarily want everybody else in the room to hear. So just be mindful of that. The hearings are being recorded. They're not live streamed as such, so they're recorded. And then at the end of the day, they'll be put on YouTube. Although did you think they didn't go on last? Have they gone up yet?
Look,
Miss Worthington says she looked last night, and
I wasn't sure what the turnaround was on.
it should be quite quick. It should be quite quick. It should be quite an easy process, actually. I've had a chat to Kerry, and we'll make sure that's up today, and if it's not already, and make sure that today's session goes on a bit more promptly than yesterday. So it's in hand.
Thank you. It's just helpful being able to, for people that want to prepare, using those for the next day, isn't it? Or some people will be sat at home watching them, maybe. So yeah, so you need to use the microphones as well to be able to, for the recording to pick that up. So if you don't speak into the microphone, the recording doesn't get what you say. Is there any questions on microphone use? So the right hand button is the one that you press to turn it on. Okay, and you obviously need to turn it off when you're finished. If you've got mobile phones, can you turn them on to silent, please, or do not disturb or whatever while we're sitting? There's no fire alarm planned, so if it goes off, it's the real thing. He would lead us out to the car park where the fire assembly point is. Toilets are on the landing, and drinks, there's a drinks machine, some of you maybe already found, and I think there's water outside that the council provided, and there's obviously water on the table for those speaking. Is the press here today at all? No. Okay. In terms of the filming, does anybody object to being filmed? I think for most people it'll be the back of your heads because the cameras are behind you, so probably unless you're sitting at the side, it's probably Miss Worthington and I that probably get full shots. But yeah, so yeah, make sure you do the back of your hair. So there are guidance notes that explain more about the examination. They're on the website. You've probably all seen them. Fairly standard guidance notes, and we've also identified a number of matters and issues for this stage of the hearings to be investigated. So they take account of representations made on the plan and the additional evidence. Today's session will be based on those matters and issues. The council have already got a running list of main modifications to the plan. That's on GC4M, and the latest version of that is July 2024, so it does keep getting updated. So those and any additional modifications that come out of hearing sessions are likely to need to be consulted upon, and often further sustainability appraisals required, sometimes HRA. But we decide that at the end. So the session is open to the public to observe, but only people around the table will be able to speak. And it's not an opportunity for people around the table to raise points that were not included in their original Reg 19 statements, or the consultation response that the council carried out earlier this year. And we won't be hearing detailed evidence about emission sites. I realise some people's submissions touch on emission sites, but we're not hearing about emission sites. If we find that the council needs to allocate more sites, then it'll be the council to do that. So we'll have a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break. This afternoon, 3 o'clock-ish, and lunch probably be 12:30 to 1:30. We started a bit earlier today, so we'll have a slightly earlier lunch break, so it divides the session out. Hopefully we'll finish by 5 o'clock. But yeah, we've got quite a lot of people in the room here today, so it's important that people are aware, are aware of that when they're speaking, that, you know, lots of people need to have their say today. So the hearing session will be relaxed and informal discussion focusing on a particular matter being considered. We've produced agendas for all of the sessions. The one today has got some additional questions that we've added in, and those are explained in bold on the front page. So those are things that came up once we'd read hearing statements and things, and we felt it was helpful just to put those in so that everybody can prepare for the session. So we'll ask a series of questions and ask people to contribute as appropriate. Everyone will be given an opportunity to speak if they wish to do so. What we did yesterday, and I think tends to work better when we've got a lot of people, is sort of go around the room. So if you want to speak, we'll bring you in and move around the room, rather than it being a sort of free-for-all, because then we lose track of whose turn it is to speak when everybody's just sort of putting nameplates up and we're trying to gauge who's next. Yesterday we took it all in the round when we dealt with essay, but I think today we probably need to go through the questions a little bit by bit, because they're a bit more distinct today, the questions, but we'll sort of guide you through that as we go. If you're not used to these sort of events, don't worry, just say what you want to say. You don't have to be a professional planner or a lawyer or whatever to take part. We'll still have regard to what it is you've got to say. And as I said, don't repeat comments from statements or what other people have already said. The fact that 20 people say the same thing doesn't mean we give it more weight. Are there any questions before we turn to the agenda?
Just one,
yeah.
Madam. A lot of us were in the room yesterday, and therefore there is some overlap between the questions that we considered yesterday and those which we're going to consider today. Is it your intention that anything said in the room yesterday that is relevant to today's issues will be taken into account without people having to repeat what they said yesterday?
Yeah, and I think that's the same with particularly strategic matters, isn't it? And even to some degree the site allocations, there is overlap. It's inevitable. So yeah, we don't have to go over everything in the essay, but today's about the strategy. I will mention that what I mentioned yesterday was ID 44, a document that we as inspectors drew up when the new the consultation framework came out with the new figures, which are a consultation document, and that document makes clear that we're not considering those figures at this time. So we're still looking at numbers and figures, but in the context of what's published, if you like, and LHN 2020. We're not going to start delving into all sorts of alternative figures that might or might not be. And the same for the Black Country. We had a discussion about that yesterday for anybody that wasn't here. Clearly there's work constantly ongoing in the Black Country, which are coming up with different numbers, I suppose, all the time. Those plans, as far as I'm aware, and that was what was told yesterday, that none of them are at examination, none of those figures have been tested. So it's not appropriate to sort of start reviewing the Black Country contribution from this council at this stage. That's for a future plan once those figures are known. So it's probably worth mentioning that, because that was sort of established yesterday. And it's probably worth mentioning because, again, it's quite cross-cutting. I think the council mentioned yesterday that the SHR 166, this employment site in Shrewsbury, the council are proposing, following a change in circumstance in terms of historic England, now finding that the site there is a scheduled monument. That's changed things. I think that was kind of known about at stage one. There was discussions about it, but it wasn't known then whether it would be scheduled or not. That has since happened, and so the council are no longer proposing to allocate that site. Clearly, as inspectors, we need to recommend that that be done, but on the basis of the evidence from the council. So that makes a difference to the housing, to the employment figures, 45 hectares, I think, isn't it? So I think that's a bit of a summary of things from yesterday. We obviously aren't going to go through everything, but is there anything else the council want to add?
No, I think that's covered everything that we wanted to say at this point. Just as a point of admin, apologies if you mentioned it, but it's important. Has everyone registered their car parking?
So, oh yeah, I forgot about that today. Yes, yeah. You need to register your car, otherwise presumably you get a ticket or clamped up.
There's a potential, and I wouldn't want that to happen to anyone in this room. So. Yeah.
Oh, now there's a screen that you put your number plate.
Yeah, there's no charge. You just need to do it.
So yeah, so we can wait for you if you need to do that. Something else we mentioned yesterday as well, the lighting's not great in here, but unfortunately that's as good as it gets. So by the end of the day, it does feel particularly like you've been in a dark room all day. And it does get quite hot. It feels quite warm now. We've asked for them to, there's a caretaker, I think, looking at the moment at trying to cool it down, but I think it's extremes. It goes from hot to freezing cold. So we'll just have to see how it goes. If you want to take your jackets off, feel free. That's fine. I don't want anybody passing out with heat exhaustion. Okay, so do the council want to say anything before we start on this session?
No, I think let's just crack on. I think.
Yeah, that's my proposal really, is to just sort of work through the questions. Today, some of it Ms. Worthington will chip in on, and so she's worked more on the employment figures and things, so it might be a bit of a double act at times. So we'll just that's how we're going to do it for our end. So we'll work through the questions, as I say. On question one, I'm not aware that there's a huge amount of people wanting to say much on this. It was really for the council, and most people didn't really have much to say. So is there anybody who wants to say anything on question one that they feel they've not already said or want to? Mr. Hill, okay. Do the council want to say anything before we start on that? I think you'd mentioned a couple of areas, hadn't you, that?
Yes, thanks, Ma'am. So obviously this is to do with any change to policy as a result of national policy changes since the hearings from July 22. We've suggested a couple of areas which you might want to consider. Principally, if you bear with me 1 second, it's because it's the set out in our matters under question one to do with the wind energy potential, onshore wind. Obviously, that has an immediate change from, and we have suggested, because obviously our policy as written and as which is before the examination continues to reference the distinction between onshore wind and other major renewable energy infrastructure types. That's obviously has changed, so we are recommending a path for you to follow there for main modifications for you to consider. The other was around part L of the building regulations, which has effectively come into effect since the start, since the hearing sessions, and effectively supersedes parts of policy DP DP11 on that one. And again, we've recommended how you might want to proceed on the basis of that. But those were the two policy areas we thought you want to consider. If anyone has anything else, we are obviously free to have a discussion about that.
Thank you. Yes, I don't think there's a huge amount because a lot of it's out to consultation still, isn't it? So so we've got, it was Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mum. I endorse what's been said. Really, it's a bit more of a bespoke point, really, and I'm very cognizant of your ID 44 about not straying into other matters. But it's just one point, really. It's a detailed point, really, in relation to SP 11, and SP 11 obviously talks about safeguarded land, and it talks in the second criterion about the purpose of safeguarded land is for development needs beyond the current local plan period, which is reflective of the framework. I'm just obviously aware, Mum, of the duration this plan's taken and obviously other plans take to get through that process. And your ID 44 almost reflects draft NPPF. It talks about an immediate review, the need to get straight to a review. I'm just wondering whether the words where it says beyond the local plan period is actually fit for purpose. It's policy SP 11 criterion 2, and it's the final sentence. I can just read it out. It's safeguarded land being land removed from the green belt for development needs beyond the current local plan period is shown on the proposals map. It's just whether, in light of what we know is coming around the corner, whether the beyond the plan period is actually correct, because we know we're going to move to an immediate review, and whether a more appropriate wording would be through development to be delivered through the local plan review.
Yeah, we'll take that away. I think the issue is, I suspect there's lots of references in the plan. I'm not kind of a computer, but I imagine there's lots of things that say within the current plan period, and that would have lots of knock-on effect. I think it's generally well known that that's what is, and there's very few plans. Well, I say very few. There are some that extend beyond their plan period, but the idea is these days, isn't it, that there is a review mechanism at least every 5 years. But the idea under the consultation that's out at the moment, isn't it, that lots of plans would go into immediate review. But do the council want to?
All I would say, I think the policy as written is an accurate reflection of national policy and the intention of the purpose of that land. I don't see any justification for making any amendments to that at this stage.
Do you want to come back on any of that, Mr. Hill?
Not really, Mum, but I think we are in fairly uncharted territory here.
Yeah.
So to say that's what the framework says is correct, but is it actually fit for purpose, really, when we know what's going to happen? I'll leave it with you.
I don't know what's going to happen.
No, we do. No, we do. That's the point, isn't it? No, none of us really know. We think, we all think we might know, and we might all have slightly different ideas on what we think might happen. But and that's the issue, isn't it?
I suppose the point is, Mum, before this plan's adopted, we will know, and we will know what the framework transitional measures say.
But that would kind of supersede it almost in a way, wouldn't it? If the council were to review the plan, then that would kind of get sucked into that review anyway.
Just say we don't know when the government are going to publish their updated framework. We know their intention, but we also know that they have had significant amounts of responses. So we don't know when that's going to happen, and we don't know what that's going to say in terms of transitional arrangements. So I understand the point. I agree we are in uncharted waters. Makes life uncomfortable for everyone. But my position and the council's position is we are where we are with the current framework, and we need to work within that for at least for the foreseeable.
Thank you. I hear what you say, Ms. Hill, and we will think about it when we go away. We'll have a list of things that we need to consider that people put to us over these couple of weeks. Mr. Stitch.
Morning, thank you, Mum. Firstly, apologies for missing the first part of the session. Thought I'd try and do school drop off, but obviously that doesn't particularly work. But I'm here now. I did capture most of that. What we do know, and it's a very discreet point, Mum, is what we do know is that there's a requirement to deliver at least 10% biodiversity net gain, and we know the council have responded to that in the context of policy DP12. It's really a point around, and it may be for obviously later sessions, around the capacity of the sites, the supply that the council have relied on to meet their need. Are the council confident through you, Mum, that those sites can deliver the numbers that they say they can deliver, that the council are relying on, recognising that change since July 2022, the date of those previous hearings? Thank you.
Thank you. This was a matter that did get touched on yesterday, and I think I'll paraphrase what I think the council said, and they'll tell me if I'm wrong, but they were aware of that coming down the tracks when they were doing this sort of work and looking at capacity. So there has been some consideration of it when they've looked at it. That's correct, is it?
That's entirely correct, Ma'am. And as we said yesterday, that was reflected within our viability assessment work. It was reflected in our site assessment work. And we also made the point that obviously in Shropshire, the density of development in responding to the characteristics of the area is perhaps less dense than in other locations. And again, that's something that we've taken into account. So our view is that given our open space requirements, there's a compatibility between that and the BNG requirements. So we feel that the capacity of sites is reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Corden. Do you want to come back?
I could come back to that, Mum, but I'm not sure the public open space requirements BNG necessarily are as compatible as perhaps as suggested. I don't know what some consideration means, but if I'm directed to the appropriate evidence base, I can obviously look at that. And apologies, I wasn't here yesterday.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that's had to see? Right, okay, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you, Council. I make a very brief comment, and ahead of doing so, I'd just like to say that I do have some sympathy for the Council, given that we are, undertaking local plan examinations in an ever-changing world of national policy, and that must be tremendously difficult for councils to deal with. It is in part, however, a byproduct of the elongated process that has got us to where we are at today. And whilst, in line with the comments made by the inspectors in ID 44, I duly note that we are examining this plan under the provisions of the 2021 framework, and it is entirely appropriate to do so under the transitional arrangements set out within the 23 framework and indeed within the draft version of the new framework. However, everybody around the table will doubtless have seen the exchange between Matthew Pennycook, the Housing Minister, and the Chief Executive of the Planning Inspectorate, that talks about the way in which local plans have been examined with probably an undue level of pragmatism in the past. And we're obviously here today, all with a very clear mindset that a plan-led system is entirely appropriate. But where there are significant concerns about a plan as submitted, then it goes to the very heart of what the new government are saying and what the inspectorate are indeed following through with, in terms of there is a limit to how much work can be done to make a plan sound when it's not sound as submitted. So that's my first point. The second point being, obviously we all have had sight of what is proposed in terms of standard method and the arrangements in terms of intermediate review. I don't know if any of us around the table here actually know what an immediate review is or what the mechanism for achieving an immediate review is. And I think, obviously, we are in the bounds of talking about a national policy that is not yet in force. But you will note that in terms of the statement of common ground between the council and the Black Country authorities, they have requested a mechanism to trigger an immediate review of the plan. So it's whether we can have some thought about how we could establish within policy a trigger for an immediate review and set out very clear timeframes for doing so as to ensure that the ongoing duty is met. I know not a matter for today, and I apologise for straying off of topic ever so slightly, but also to ensure that the plan is reflective and can continue to be found, can continue to be positively prepared and effectively, avoid a situation where, if capable of being found sound and adopted, it fails upon adoption immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wilson. Do the council want to come back on that, particularly the part about the early review trigger? I think this is something that's been a constant throughout the examination, hasn't it, this question?
It is. If just before we get onto that, obviously, the issue of the Pennycook letter was raised. That's entirely a matter for yourselves really on that one, rather than ourselves on that one. So can't really comment on that. In terms of the early review mechanism, the council's position. Well, I suspect events will happen in any case here, but the council's position is that one is not required. We will undertake a review in the normal timeframe, which is the 5-year cycle. We're aware that others do not share that view. If the inspectors are minded to consider an early review mechanism beyond what is put in the national framework, inevitably, we are happy to consider that. But the council's position is one is not required at this point.
Thank you. That's obviously something for us to take away, and there are other people that have made similar comments. And we've got a question on when we look at 5-year housing land supply as well. It's again a bit of a cross-cutting sort of theme across things. Thank you. I think somebody's still got the microphone. Oh, is it Mr. Hodgson? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to touch upon the BNG comment passed earlier, particularly with one of the sites. There seems to be a mechanism of going for Section 106. I'd just like to raise that at a later stage, if that's possible. So BNG, biodiversity net gain, has been touched upon as being an important issue. One of Worthing Parish Council don't really support that. We'd like to see a biodiversity net gain actually applied to the area surrounding the site. Is Section 106 really a way forward for BNG?
This is something that's coming up through a planning application that's current.
Yes, it's current planning application.
It's an allocated site in the plan as well.
It's not currently an allocated site. It's under review within this local plan.
That planning application, or
well, could I correct that? Within the local plan documents, it does highlight Section 106 as a mechanism for BNG.
So that's the policy on BNG.
Well, within the specific site allocation, it says that Section 106 is an option.
Sorry, it's probably me. You said the site's not allocated.
Oh,
but it's in a different site.
Within STC 002 and P58A. It comments that the BNG, they're allowed to use Section 106, or effectively the biodiversity net gain can be applied to the country park. So, in other words, the site itself potentially will not be meeting the 10% up gain.
Right, just so I understand. So you've got a site that's got a planning permission, a planning application in, but it's not an allocated site.
Correct.
And you're concerned about it being secured through a 106 agreement.
Yes,
and that principle has been applied in the plan to other sites. Is that what you're saying?
That principle has been highlighted in the local plan as being a mechanism.
Right. Okay. I understand what you're saying now.
I think it's probably a matter that it needs to be raised when we come to the site-specific sessions. Yeah. I think it's an issue of the wording of the policy that applies to that site, which we'll be dealing with at another session. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're registered to come to that session? Right, okay, so we'll, yeah. Is there anybody else on that question one? It's hard to see everybody's nameplates today because there's quite a lot of people here. Just you might have to stick your hands up if we don't pick you up now. Okay, so we'll move on to question 2, and I think this will be one where there's a lot more people wanting to speak. So it's a general question, sort of an overarching question about the spatial strategy and broad distribution of growth set out in policy SP2 and whether it will remain the same following the additional work that's been carried out and the updated proposals. If not, how would it change? And are they just changes justified, effective and consistent with national policy? And are any consequential changes to policy SP2 or the supplementary text required? So there is some main modifications already set out by the council. So they're MM 001 to 004 in the main modification document. Under this question, the people, just so people know where to kind of hang their hat in these sessions, there are some people that have expressed concern about their settlement, for example, being a community cluster and they want it to be a hub or vice versa. Or those sorts of questions, we'll deal with that here under this question. So there are some of those. Yeah, I think that's probably covered what I was going to say on that. So I'll ask the council first if they've got any comments. And I think on this one, will probably be easier to sort of go around the room. And obviously, if you don't want to speak, then that's fine. You don't have to speak. But I think that's an easier way than trying to pick up around the room who's next, kind of. Mr. West, or your team, do you want to say anything before we kick off this session? Or?
I think all I would say, Marm, is obviously we set out in the matters our view on and we just very broadly we consider yes there are main modifications proposed, but the overall the overall broad approach and strategy remains consistent with that as in the submitted version of the local plan in our view. And you've got our version of that in writing. I don't think we need to say anything more at this point, but obviously happy to respond to others in the room.
I think that's probably the easiest way, isn't it? So what we did yesterday, we started at the front right and sort of worked our way around. So, Mr. Munro, did you want to speak on this matter or not? No, that's fine. So, Mr. Carter, did you want to say?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much indeed. I represent Longdon Parish Council, as you can see from the label just there. You'll recall that we made representations at the Regulation 19 stage of the local plan process, and our main concerns are in relation to the proposed development strategy following on from that representation. We feel that the proposals for development within our parish were not fully discussed with the parish council and who are closest to the people of the parish, and following this lack of consultation, an inflexible scoring method for housing allocation was imposed and implemented. Proposed level and method of development that's not consistent with national policy. These failings have hindered natural development within our parish, and both of these issues show the proposed local plan to be conflicting with NPPF. Our initial contact with Shropshire planners who were developing the proposed plan was to be told what was proposed and how it would be implemented. No discussion or reciprocal development of strategies or proposal was implemented, and essentially we were told that was what was going to happen. Not content with this lack of consultation, a scheme to concentrate the development of the parish into one village was imposed, and this is completely against the spirit of para 14 of the NPPF, which implies that development of a parish should be of the whole area and does not suggest that development within a parish should be restricted just to one small village within a very tight development boundary. The strategy of point scoring system for smaller villages to be designated a hub and thus be expected to fulfil the development quota is unsound and inflexible. The point system is a snapshot taken at that time. The qualifying facilities for hub status can quickly change, as they have done for Longdon. Longdon barely achieved hub status 2 or 3 years ago, and since then the post office and pub have closed and the regular peak time bus service has finished, being replaced with an on-demand service. These changes, had they occurred 3 years ago, would have meant that Longdon would not have reached hub status, and so no new housing would be imposed. This would align with parish council and residents' wishes. Unfortunately, the strategy imposed is rigidly fixed and can't reflect changes in the village facilities. Having fewer facilities, the village is now already less sustainable. With the imposition of further housing, Longdon will not become more sustainable. In fact, it will become even less sustainable. And this is not what the local plan seeks to achieve or what the NPPF 16 hope. With a housing target allocated and retains its very tight development boundary, there'll be tremendous pressure from developers to build on land just outside the boundary. Planners might look upon this more favourably, as they could qualify for the housing allocation and become windfall sites within the proposed plan. Once development is encouraged outside the village, this type of development is not wanted by residents. It goes against the existing parish plan and the emerging neighbourhood plan. We believe that a better consultation and a more comprehensive view on development within our parish would give less reliance on windfall sites to meet the housing targets and would not have imposed an unrealistic housing allocation on a small village, which in the recent past has shown its willingness to accommodate development if well planned. Under SAMDEV, the parish of Longdon was expected to have approximately 50 new houses. In the later stages under SAMDEV, it was established that the number of allocation and buildings completed was nearer 90. We believe a more sympathetic approach might be forthcoming with the proposed new local plan. Our optimism has been subdued by the imposition of a housing allocation for Longdon. Residents are disturbed and upset with this imposition, and we'd all wish for a more even-handed approach as expected and required by NPPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. To the council, I think some of those points were dealt with at stage 1, weren't they?
It's exactly what we were going to say, Ma'am. I think this is a stage 1 matter. I'm not sure whether anything Mr. Carter said there touched upon any of the new evidence that we've said. I mean, I will say, obviously, that we're in discussions with Longdon about the early preparation of a neighbourhood plan around that. That was mentioned. But I think this is a stage 1 matter. And unless there's anything else you wanted from the council at this point. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Hodgson, did you want to?
Yeah, just a few points. I think when we look at the regional place plan area, particularly, we are concerned with the number of homes being proposed. So we've constructively worked with Tasley Parish Council and Regional, and we all came to the view, and hopefully Councillor Cooper will support this, that the number of homes should be reduced. One of the issues that we face in the area is the infrastructure. And currently, the infrastructure costing doesn't cover the hybrid approach being taken. So there's a costing for the Tasley Garden Village, and then there's a costing for the Stanmore Village. But there's no costing for the hybrid approach of employment land in Stanmore and then the homes in Tasley. So we're very concerned that the infrastructure won't be put in place that's needed. And to give you a bit of backdrop there, I mean, if you look at the number of employees that would be allocated to the Stanmore site, you're potentially talking of more than 700. So infrastructure is going to be a really key issue for the infrastructure around the Hobbins and the estate there. So we're not really supportive of the number of homes that are being allocated to Bridge North. In terms of it being a key centre, yes, we support that. We do need homes, but I think it's the number of homes that we don't agree with. So we would like to see that reduced. Certainly don't agree with the arbitrary allocation of the unmet need. That needs further justification in terms of transport. We have significant concerns about the green belt, and I would recommend that GC 46 and ED 51 are updated because they don't reflect the situation in the green belt at the moment within the place plan area. You have a representation from Bridge North Aluminium here today, and I think that's in the green belt. That needs to be considered. They're a major employer of the area. And then we don't agree with land being taken out of the green belt within Worfield and Rudge. We think that perhaps an approach that you recommended for our Cosford Man could be a better approach for Bridge North. We do feel there needs to be a link between jobs and homes, and it needs to be clear as to whether we really want the Bridge North Place Plan area to be a commuter town. I think with the infrastructure being in the state that it's in, that is a significant concern. And I think the other aspect is the economics of the Bridge North Place Plan area. 34% of the economics is based around tourism, hospitality and retail. But we're seeing a significant amount of land being designated to engineering and advanced manufacture. That doesn't seem to really make any sense to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the council want to come back on any of those points?
I'm not sure there's a huge amount we can come back with at this point in time, Ma'am. I would just I understand Mr. Hudson's view on some of the allocations, and I understand there's objections to obviously the proposals in the green belt. I will just say that just one point you made there, just an observation really on this one. That obviously you'd mentioned about the potential, the concern about Bridge North becoming a commuting town, but then you're also objecting to employment allocations within the town as well. That just feel there's a bit of a conflict there maybe with that view. But that's just an observation on that one rather than a comeback on any of your points. But I don't think that there's anything more we want to say at this point in time, Ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, if you're quick. Today we've got a lot of people to get.
Come back on that point. If you look at the amount of employment land that has come forward, there's a lot of SAMDEV allocations still available to use. So we're concerned with that metric. We want housing to keep pace with employment land, which would make sense.
Thank you. Mr. Maxfield,
I don't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mark. We're here to speak in respect of the additional 500 homes that the council have proposed to sort of add to the housing requirements, and specifically the intention to distribute those homes to Shrewsbury, Whitchurch and the power station site. With our interests in Whitchurch, we clearly support the intention to direct an additional 75 homes to Whitchurch. Whitchurch has obviously been assessed through the evidence base as being an acceptable location for new development as a principal centre. Obviously very sustainable with existing services and facilities, so highly suited to accommodate further residential growth as is proposed. I think our key concern is how that additional growth is going to be delivered, and I think that sort of dovetails into your question 3A in terms of the split between windfalls and allocations. So I'll come back to that point when you get to that question.
Thank you. Is there the council that wants to say anything?
We're happy to deal with that point on the question 3.
Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Mum. There's a couple of points really, and there'll probably be points that will be raised by others and observations. The policy as it stands, obviously in the plan period, indeed, basically needs to be increased effectively in line with paragraph 22 of the NPPF. We are where we are with the existing NPPF, and that's what this plan has to be examined against. And clearly the plan has been in examination now for some time, over 2 years. And so the requirement does need to be looked at. So minimum 15-year period from the point of adoption. And I welcome the council's views on that. And it sort of brings me into my next point around how the council is dealing with Black Country's unmet need. Because clearly that minimum 15-year period is designed to take account of, you know, the changing climate around housing need. We know that the situation in the Black Country is becoming more acute. We've done a bit of due diligence behind the scenes that's set out in our hearing statement on this. And the Black Country's need, you know, in terms of unmet need, is actually increasing from what it was at 28,000 to around 37,000. You know, that need isn't going away. And so brings me to the point of the 1,500 that obviously is now expressly included within the council's housing requirement, and how that has not been fully evidenced. Now, I appreciate there is a statement of common ground, and I welcome the authorities and the council's agreement in principle that there is a functional relationship, but the functional relationship has not been fully evidenced, in my view, to support that 1,500. Dare I say it is a token gesture, and I think, so, as I've said, the unmet need is clearly becoming more acute. It needs to be grappled with now, and I think a higher figure should be looked at. Certainly something more akin to the 3,000 that was previously spoken about from the Black Country authorities at the time of the Black Country review, before it was obviously withdrawn. So I think those are sort of the key points that I just wanted to raise, and I sort of welcome the council's view on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, something we touched on yesterday. Do you want to comment on?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but so you were. So I mean, obviously, we did touch upon this quite a lot yesterday. I think you made some quite clear comments about not opening that particular issue again. We obviously welcome those. I haven't really got anything more to say than that. I did, well, aside from, you know, obviously the council is in agreement with our neighbours on the level of unmet need, and in our position, that our view, that issue has closed at that point. If it needs reopening from anything you want to say, we can do that, but we'll take our lead from yourself on this one, Ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, I said yesterday, as I alluded to this morning, that, you know, we could go on forever with these plans, that, you know, you keep changing things as it's in examination. Before you know it, you know, we're already a few years in, could be quite quickly, sort of 7-10 years, you know, as things constantly change. So I think we do have to at some point accept that things are not perfect, but yeah, there's things to be looked at in future reviews, and I think that I made that quite clear yesterday. So yeah, if I so move now along it's hard to see for everybody, right, Ms. Cahoo.
Thank you very much, Madam. We relied substantially on the hearing statement produced by JLL. One of the points picked up in that response on SP2, which is obviously where we are, question 2, is the use of the planning place areas, which is basically, you know, where SP2 directs growth. And Madam, that was in fact reflected in the original SP2. I'm looking at paragraph 3.7 of that policy, and I'm looking at the main mods, which doesn't change anything other than refer to the change in numbers, and also refers to policies S1 to S20, which is the planning place area policies. But Madam, I think this serves to highlight that the retrofitting of that approach to distribution and growth, where what you asked the local authority to do was to go back and look to see where and how the Black Country need could specifically be identified. And this is the same distribution policy as before. So I think it serves to actually, in fact, to undermine the council's approach, because what they should have done, and what TSC was advocating, is to re-look at the planning place areas and how, in fact, they do address the Black Country need. And so we think that in fact that the SP2 approach should have been looked at fully and not simply retrofitting onto an existing strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, Mom, obviously we talked about the approach that we've taken to identify the specific sites to accommodate the proposed contribution to the Black Country yesterday. So I won't reiterate that unless you want me to. Specifically with, sorry.
It might be useful just to briefly, because I think there's a lot of people in the room that are probably interested that probably weren't here yesterday, and it maybe saves.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of keep.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Yeah, it's like identification of a reasonable assessment geography. And to do that, we undertook consideration of connectivity and transport links, migration patterns, commuting patterns, and travel to work areas. Once we'd identified that reasonable assessment geography, which roughly that geography, and just for clarity, that's every site that was identified through our site assessment process, not just proposed allocations. So there was around 450 sites that we considered through that process. They're all detailed in the appendices to the additional essay. And through that process, we identified the sites upon which proposed contributions to the Black Country are proposed to be accommodated. Within GC44, the additional essay, we also undertook a specific consideration, again, consistent with the expectations of RD28, your interim findings, looking at the spatial distribution of development to ensure that we considered the approach remained appropriate. That looked at the same three options that we looked at the outset of the local plan process. So roughly speaking, it was an urban focus, sort of a rural distribution, and I'm not sure what it wants to. Yeah, but in effect, the conclusion was that the urban focus continued to be the most sustainable option because it concentrated the majority of development in those locations with the infrastructure best able to support development. But did recognise that because of the rurality of Shropshire, there was a need for some development in the more rural areas. So it allowed for that to take place and seeks to strike a balance between those two issues. We then gave specific consideration to that as part of the planning judgment exercise, which is summarised in the housing and employment topic paper. And through that process concluded that the urban focus, which underpinned the submission version of the plan, continued to remain the approach we wanted to pursue. And the reasoning for that is all set out within the housing and employment topic paper, specifically the chapters. Specifically chapters 19 and 20. So we did, once we arrived at the proposed housing requirement, we also again looked at the distribution of development to see if that was appropriate and concluded that the fundamental strategy of an urban focused approach remained appropriate.
Thank you. I think what concerns Ms. Cahoon and other people in the room and some people who are not here but have made representations is that I suppose it's that you considered 450 sites and coincidentally people would say that the same 4 that you've already got allocated came top. And I think that's a concern to people, that whether that was done thoroughly enough and why those came out top despite a different geography being applied, if you see what I mean.
I think what we would state is that those site allocations were identified through a site assessment process. So in some ways, it's perhaps unsurprising that the same sites that were identified as proposed allocations through that original process were identified through the subsequent process. Clearly, the context is different because it was looking in terms of the contributions to the Black Country, but all of the sites that we're proposing to accommodate the contributions are considered appropriate for that purpose. And we have an agreed statement of common ground with the Black Country authorities, that's SOCG 17. And within that, the Black Country authorities have agreed that those sites are appropriate to accommodate the proposed contributions to the Black Country.
Thank you. Did you want to come back on any of that, Ms. Cahoon?
Madam, I think I'd be repeating myself.
Thank you. Who's Mr. Charles? Did you want to?
Thank you. I'm very conscious I had quite a lot of airtime yesterday, so I'm going to be brief and I'm going to try and avoid repetition. But our position, ma'am, is that the failure of process that we discussed yesterday has resulted in a failure of outcome today. Our submission is that the decision of the 20th of July 2020 Cabinet not to carry forward the fourth strategic site was highly politicised and blind to planning realities. You've heard all about what we describe as extraordinary gymnastics on the part of the council to avoid what we say is the blindingly obvious solution to their problems of adding back in the fourth strategic site that was struck out. We say that the corridor strategy that was confidently stated in 2019 to be the best approach should be revisited. It's been quietly dropped without any explanation at the plan making stage and is not considered even worthy of further consideration in this site allocations exercise. And we should say it should have been front and centre. We're interested in both employment and housing and co-location. We say that Windfall is ineffective at delivering those individually, but it's doubly ineffective at delivering them collectively and securing the benefits of co-location. And we say it's doubly ineffective when you factor in Black Country needs. We say it isn't going to be possible to monitor the meeting of Black Country needs. And we prefer the evidence of Mr. Rouse about what would be an appropriate approach. Relying on Windfall isn't really planning at all. We think that it's time to get real, deal with delivery at scale, at space, and think at pace, and think strategically, not Windfall sites of 3 and 4 units here and there. So our proposed change to the policy is to add back in an additional strategic site. And we think the best place to look for that is to revisit the outcome of the previous strategic sites allocation.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on it?
I think it sounds like a summary of what was discussed yesterday. So I think you've had our responses to those main points, and obviously Windfall is going to come up in question 3 as well. I just want to reiterate, and this is a point which I'm not just for the avoidance of any. The strategic site you say add back in, it was never in. I just want to make that absolutely clear. We consulted on your client's site as a potential option. It was not included in a plan as a preferred option at any point, and I want to make that point absolutely clear.
That is accepted, ma'am. It was identified as a candidate strategic site and it has been consulted upon.
Thank you. I'm just looking around who was next. Is it Miss Wilson? Is there anybody before Miss Wilson? Mr. Roberts, did you have your hand up? I can't see for Mr. Burns. Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said I'd been quiet for about half an hour and I needed to say something.
Did you want to say something on a previous matter?
No. I've got 3 topics to address you on. One is Stanmore. Second is for Mr. Lovegrove Fielding about Longdon. I appreciate that Longdon Parish Council have already said something in this respect. Just an extra couple of points to add to what they've said because they're very much on the same page. And then one about Cockshut. Again, these 3 items are going to crop up in my visits to the examination over the next.
His phone's obviously going. It's not right.
I didn't realise I was doing a cabaret spot. These are going to crop up from time to time over the next month or so. So do you want me to deal with all three now and get them out of the way, or do you want me to take one at a time?
If they're very specific to sites, then we'll deal with them when we get to the sites. If it's about the sort of overarching strategy and things, which is SP2, then...
Well, they all involve SP2.
Well, do you want to start, and I'll stop you if I think they're more specific?
Sure.
That's
Yeah,
probably the easiest way, isn't it?
You'll be pleased to know there isn't a great deal to say on any of them for today. The first one is Stanmore then, and you'll know that yesterday we were taking you through the sustainability appraisal as far as Stanmore was concerned. And in particular, it's proposed sites STC 002 and P58A. Now, these sites are presently in, I'm sure you know this by now, they're in the green belt. And the proposal is to take these two sites out of green belt. And there are various references in the document in SP2 to very special circumstances and exceptional circumstances. We're dealing at this stage just with exceptional circumstances, and I did tell you yesterday that we should be concentrating on those in a session that's to come. So I won't go through it twice. But we're not dealing at this moment with very special circumstances, because that's for planning applications. And that's where we say this should be focused. So the strategy is to make an urban focus. I'm sorry, I'm really going back to whether the development strategy is justified and effective. It's the first question, although not question number one. And we say firstly that it isn't justified because there are no exceptional circumstances. We'll come back to those things. And it won't be effective as far as Bridge North is concerned. I'd like to point you to, or ask you to take a look at the Bridge North map, the inset map for Bridge North, not necessarily now. And you'll see that Stanmore is not within the development boundary for Bridge North. So it's not within the urban area. And so the strategy of putting things in with an urban focus isn't carried through to this proposed allocation. As it is in the green belt, it's also in countryside. And the policy that relates to countryside, which I think is SP10, again says that development will be focused on urban areas, so an urban focus, or into community hubs and clusters. And that isn't Stanmore. So somewhere along the line, there's a disconnect between the strategy and what has actually been allocated. Stanmore, in fact, was picked up in the hierarchy of settlements document that was the basis for rural distribution of housing. Stanmore was picked up in that and was actually discounted as a place to develop because it's so small. There are two elements to Stanmore. One is a tiny little cluster of houses in Stanmore village, and then there's a place called the Hobbins, which is a former RAF camp, and now. So those are the only two bits of development that are at Stanmore, and we would say that the development that is being proposed, taking that land out of Greenbelt, isn't necessary for those settlements. It's not meeting a local need. And the strategy is that development should meet local needs. There's no local need for this development there. And basically, the allocations should not take place. If I could just remind you, yesterday we went through the sustainability appraisal and I read the description of Stanmore in the sustainability appraisal, which referred to it being countryside and being divorced from Bridge North by fields and the Hermitage Ridge. And we can't see that the proposed allocations at Stanmore fit any of the criteria, any of the other policies, and therefore cannot be in line with the development strategy. So that's the basis of this submission. That's okay, and I'll be quiet on that issue. Do you want the council to respond to that?
Would you rather respond bit by bit to these points, or I think some of this has been raised previously as well.
Yes, I think it has been. Obviously, we're dealing with site-specific points here about Stanmore, particularly. I think here, is this something you want to deal with on the? Yeah, yeah. The proposed allocations are not purely, they are where they are, and they are adjacent to an existing employment area that's documented in the council's exceptional circumstances case. It's quite central in that case. In fact, it's that employment area caters for the demands of a wider than local area in generating employment opportunities. We feel as though the council's position is that the expansion of that successful employment area is justified within exceptional circumstances. Hence why we've proposed it. So that's the position. So it is more than a local need. It's a wider than that. And I think that is reflected in the specific Bridge North policy as well, where it does talk about Bridge North providing a growth, a focus for the eastern part of the county, as well. So I think it is reflected in the site-specific policy quite clearly within the guidelines.
And then there's the point about it's in the countryside, so therefore it can't be an urban focus. I think that was the other point that might be worth just explaining.
Yeah, I think it is. It's one of those nuanced things, isn't it? You know, there is an existing employment area. It is. We do feel as though it is related to Bridge North. I think from technically it's not adjoining Bridge North, so technically it is in a countryside area, but we see it as speaking with the urban area of Bridge North in that context. And it's been effectively, that's one of the rationales for our proposed exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, just to add more, when we discussed draft policy SP10 in the stage 1 hearings, this whole issue was discussed in that context as well.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to move on to your next point now, Mr. Roberts?
I won't go through it all over again, but hopefully you'll remember at the stage 1 hearing.
We're not discussing anything that was discussed at stage 1 today because we've got all that. It's sort of what's arisen from since then.
The comparison between Longdon and a village called Cockshut, and how Cockshut was moving from being a main settlement and in the Samdev a community hub, and it was being downgraded to a community cluster in this plan. And because it was being downgraded to a community cluster, it was basically being deprived of any further development. Whereas Longdon, which is not even half the size of Cockshut, was going in the other direction, had been a community cluster and had dealt with new development, and they'd been happy to accept the new development under the Samdev, but had been elevated to now proposed to a community hub, which means they get a development boundary and an allocation for 50 houses, which is going to be difficult for the village to deal with. I think this is an issue for the overall development strategy. I won't go through the bits about the villages again, but what has happened, in fact, is that Longdon has lost services in the intervening period between stage 1 and now. And if those services had been taken, those lost services had been on the matrix and added up, then Longdon wouldn't be a hub now and wouldn't be subject to this development boundary and wouldn't be subject to the allocation of 50 houses that, I mean, they've only got 100 and odd houses as it is. Cockshott, on the other hand, with a population more than twice the size of Longdon, is now not going to have any development unless it's infilling development. And infilling development is quite difficult in Cockshott because it's largely built up. Although in one of the policies it says that councils may wish to bring forward sites to become community clusters, there is that sort of flexibility where non-clusters and non-hubs can become clusters, although I doubt if anybody here is ever going to do that. The same prospect is enshrined in the SAMDEV at the moment. It'd be interesting to learn if any parish council had ever done that, asked to be upgraded at all. But as this plan now stands, there's no flexibility for going down a grade. There is a possibility of going from a cluster, and perhaps from a cluster to a hub.
Okay, I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Is there any other points before I get the council to?
No, just that Longdon, I know, are pursuing a neighbourhood plan, but that's a difficult route. It's recommended in the policy that these sort of things could be dealt with by a neighbourhood plan. But of course, neighbourhood plans are required to comply with the development plan. And so that's a self-defense.
I think this.
It was dealt with at stage 1, and I think I understand the point. I think the council commented on that at stage 1, so you've got our view on that. Just a couple of Mr. Roberts talks about the allocation of 50 houses in Longdon. It's not an allocated site. It's a guideline proposal, a localised housing requirement of 50. The fact of the matter is that since the start of the plan, which is a point which we've been in discussions about with the neighbourhood plan group, who are in the early stages of actively promoting a neighbourhood plan for that area. So they're looking at what's the best way to achieve that, the guideline. So we're in active consideration around that, which is positive. The point about Cockshott is, just need to clarify on that one. You indicate that the downgrading from Cockshott from a hub in the SAMDEV to a community cluster in the community cluster, yeah, in the local plan review would indicate that no development can occur there. That's not technically correct. We are promoting the policy is permissive of affordable housing in exception sites, potentially cross subsidy sites as well. We'll get onto those affordable housing policies in later sessions, but that's the gist of those policies and the countryside policy as well. So it's just want to say it's not technically correct. There's no moratorium on development in Cockshott, but it is, yeah, it's in SP9 managing development in community clusters. It's actually specifically around the types of development which are potentially allowed in those areas. So I just want to correct a couple of points there, if that's helpful.
Sorry, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. West.
I need 2 quick points. I promise I'll be quick. The issue about Cockshott is that were the points to be dished out in the present situation, they would become a hub because they've got a shop.
Yeah, and I think that'll happen with all settlements, won't it? That it'll ebb and flow and.
That's exactly the point. It will happen with lots of settlements, but we're looking at a plan which is going to take us through to 2038. So that means that whatever policy is put in place now is going to be there for a long time, and that's going to mean a lot of development or no development for an awful long time. I know it's difficult for local authorities to keep these things in check. But I did notice in the hierarchy of settlements, they've had, I think that was the third or fourth iteration of the hierarchy that was actually published in 2020. So they obviously can keep things under review. And in fact, just after the stage one examination, I went up to Cockshut and they'd got shop there. And the shop had made the difference between the point scoring. And there needs somehow to be some sort of flexibility it needs to be the council that looks after it. You can't expect, well, you shouldn't expect the
No, okay. I think
I
hear what you're saying. I think the council have heard what you've said.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Miss Wilson.
Thank you, Mum. I do apologise. I'll try to address as much as I can with regards to question 2, but invariably I may stray ever so slightly into question 3. And also just to note, obviously your initial matters, issues and questions picked up windfall under matter 3. So some of the comments may stray into the provisions made within our matter 3 statement.
Don't worry, I think we realise there is that kind of overlap, isn't it? It's inevitable. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And again, the council will have to forgive me slightly because obviously this examination has been going on for some time now, and indeed the local plan preparation has been reached a moment.
Apologies. Are you representing how many? You're representing more than one today.
I am indeed.
Can you just say who you're representing? It would help us in responding.
Absolutely. Yes, so I'm here representing Boningale Homes, who've got land interest in Albrighton and indeed in Tilstock also. I'm also here representing Gleeson Land, who've got land interest in Bayston Hill.
But in terms of the comments you're making now, who are you representing?
They are made in representation of both of those parties. Yeah. Fabulous, thank you. So yeah, the principal point, and the council may be able to just point me in the right direction, or indeed identify a simple way of me trying to establish how we've got to where we've got to in terms of the spatial strategy. I think my fundamental point is, and this does to some degree, again, probably further stray into the apportionment of Black Country need across the three sites that we discussed at length yesterday. The simple fact is that at the start of this plan preparation period, the position had not been agreed in regard to meeting any of the Black Country's unmet needs. So the 1,500.
Would you mind speaking up a bit? I think something's going on outside.
Ma'am, I was essentially apologies. I was warned about this early on in the week. We have the men outside digging some holes. I don't think this is going to last too long. I was just wondering whether you wanted to take a break whilst it was happening.
I spotted it around another part of the building yesterday and thought, oh, we're lucky. It's not going to affect us, but it's like sort of a pile-in sort of. Yeah. Ms. Wilson, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like you're just getting in your flow, or are you happy to?
No, I am more than happy. My points will be made duly after a break, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is quite distracted. It's like probably even more so for people over here, isn't it? You can't hear what's being said. So
we'll have a chat to our facilities management to see how long that's going to be.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a small hole they're digging.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 10 to 11 now. We had a break for about 20 minutes yesterday. Did that give everybody enough time? We've got a few more people here. So if we say, should we say 11, and then that gives you a chance as well to go and sort out the workmen. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's just coming up to 11:15. The council have been and investigated the noise situation. It seems like they're doing some piling outside. They're moving around a little bit, so it'll stop and start a little bit. And it's anticipated to take an hour to an hour and a half. That was when Mr. West went outside. What we're proposing is we carry on if we can. We'll move the people from the table closest to the noise to over there, so hopefully that helps them. If there's people around the room that can't hear, then maybe try and find, there's plenty of seats, find a seat that seems better in terms of being able to hear. We've asked about turning the mics up. It does seem a bit louder mine now. I don't know. I think maybe that's the other thing, is to bring mics a bit closer to us when we speak, so that that maybe helps amplify noise above the outside noise as well. So we'll see how we go. I was proposing to do lunch at 12:30. If it's becoming a real problem, then we'll maybe take an early lunch at, say, 10 to 12 o'clock. We'll just see how we go, really. We've got options, but we can't really afford to break for a really long period while it's going on, because otherwise we'll run out of time at the end of the day on it all. So it's all a bit of a juggle. Okay, so apologies, Miss Wilson, about all that. We'll resume now where we left off.
Fabulous, thank you very much, ma'am. So yes, obviously I spoke very briefly about a slight overlap before we broke in regards to windfall. But I suppose my principal point relates to the approach and the new evidence being adduced by the council with regards to the, I'm going to call it the redistribution of sites to meet the need of the Black Country. So effectively, and again, apologies, probably touching ever so slightly on what was discussed yesterday, but effectively, further to the stage 1 hearings and the correspondence between yourselves and the council have gone away and undertaken an exercise where they've looked to identify sites to address the Black Country's unmet need. As you have alluded to yourself, ma'am, that has taken the form of identifying 3 sites that were already allocated and effectively repurposing those sites to meet the needs of the Black Country. In order to kind of offset that, it is my understanding that the council have included a windfall allowance, which again we will touch on ever so slightly later, and some intensification elsewhere. I guess my concern principally with regards to that is, in my mind, that entirely undermines the spatial strategy set out within SP2. The council have consulted at numerous stages and throughout the local plan making process on a spatial strategy. And indeed, in document EV004.01, which was a consultation document produced in 2017, so significantly in advance of the council actually having agreed to take any unmet need from the Black Country, so the 1500. The spatial strategy was identified and set out, and that comprised 30% of growth in Shrewsbury, around 24.5% in the principal centres, 18% in the key areas, and 27.5% in the rural areas. When we refer back to GC 45, which is the updated housing and employment topic paper, we can somewhat staggeringly see an almost identical distribution of growth. But very clearly, 1,500 of those dwellings that were to be delivered in the most sustainable settlements are now there to meet the needs of the Black Country. And the mechanism of addressing that shortfall by windfall does not allow for the council to dictate where those where those additional units are going to go. There's nothing to say that they are going to be delivered within the strategic centre of Shrewsbury. There's nothing to say that they are going to be located within the principal centres. And in my mind, this fundamentally undermines the principles of SP2 on the basis and the justification in which it was originally produced and demonstrated as being sound by the council. So I guess I would, just seek some clarification from the council in regards to that. And I also think that it's slightly concerning that as part of the additional work that the council have undertaken, that they haven't, as a whole, reviewed the spatial strategy and indeed identified a spatial strategy related to Shropshire's needs in combination with the Black Country's needs. The simple fact is, in my mind, the council have taken the easy option of redistributing growth without having any regard to the fact that the needs, the 1,500 dwellings that have now been repurposed were effectively going to meet the needs of the Shropshire community in line with their spatial strategy.
Thank you. Mr. West or Mr. Corden?
Yeah, I think I'll go first, then Mr. Corden will pick up. Just picking up the comment about the windfall and the certainty of areas for delivery. You would note, obviously, in our proposals that we are proposing that guidelines of certain settlements are increased, particularly for Shrewsbury and Whitchurch, and indeed for the former Ironbridge Power Station site. I mean, you could almost argue that that isn't a windfall because it's a commitment now, but we are presenting it as part of that increase to the windfall allowance. So we have proposed in identifying and providing certainty, in our view, of where the 500 additional sites would be met. We specifically looked at settlements and specifically looked at the spatial strategy around that. So that's why Shrewsbury and Whitchurch particularly have been identified as settlements to serve that purpose. So you've seen an increase of 350 in Shrewsbury for the guideline and 70, yeah, 5 in both Whitchurch and the former Ironbridge Power Station site. So as you can see, we are directly responding to the spatial strategy in seeking to accommodate that uplift in windfall allowance. And as we mentioned yesterday, but worth mentioning again today in response to the points raised, that those windfall allowances that we'd assumed for those two settlements, Shrewsbury and Whitchurch, and I'll leave the former Ironbridge Power Station out for a moment, but particularly for Shrewsbury and Whitchurch, as at March 2023, had already been exceeded. So, you know, there's a level of certainty of trend there of windfall delivery in those settlements. We effectively allowed them to have a windfall allowance again, which I think is credible in relation to the compelling evidence which we are proposing. So that is our response to the certainty point about certainty of delivery. And obviously there is also the application of development management policies as well, which specifically seek to manage that development in certain areas. So we think we've got a framework which manages that proposed windfall allowance in a way which is consistent with the spatial strategy.
With regard to the other point that Ms Wilson raised regarding the distribution of development and expressing surprise that it was in effect the continuation of the strategy that the council had previously proposed, I think I've previously explained that within the additional sustainability appraisal work, we reassessed the various options that we'd identified for the distribution of development, and then undertaken a planning judgment exercise informed by that additional essay work, which is summarised in chapters chapters 19 and 20 of the housing and employment topic paper. So in recommending our proposed response to the issues raised within the interim findings, the council has looked at both the level of development and the distribution of development through the additional essay work undertaken in GC44 and within the planning judgment exercise, and that has informed our proposals that are before you. So I wouldn't express it as a surprise. I think it's the fact is the council considered that distribution of growth was sound at submission, and we continue to consider that distribution of growth is sound as before you now.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on any of those points?
Yeah, if I may, Mum, just a couple of points. I'm going to use the word surprising again, but I suppose, you know, remarkably, we're in a position where the council, in regard to both the spatial strategy further to the additional work and indeed the identification of additional sites to meet that unmet need, it's as you were, folks. So, you know, we really are in a position whereby I think, you know, it is probably surprising, and you know, I'm sure some around the table may even suggest that there's been a predetermination in regard to the strategy that has been taken by the council and indeed the identification of sites. But obviously that is, you know, something for the inspectors to consider throughout their work. What I will say, so Mr. West, you referenced Whitchurch there as being one of the settlements whereby the effectively the windfall allowance rate had been increased. Obviously, you will note that Whitchurch is outside of your own defined area where Black Country needs are to be met. So increasing the you know, increasing the windfall allowance in that area does not readdress the points.
Apologies, it's a different issue entirely. Sorry, as we discussed yesterday, the uplift of windfall is for Shropshire's needs. We have proposed specific land for Black Country needs. We do not. So your point there about Whitchurch being out of scope is, in our view, irrelevant in that context.
Are you happy for me to just come back on that, Mom? I'm obviously talking in the context of the spatial strategy, and I'm talking in the context of the spatial strategy where you have identified your key settlements and then effectively repurposed sites in 3 of those settlements. So, you know, the point that I'm making is you have in effect lost 1,500 dwellings from your 3 of your most sustainable settlements from meeting Shropshire's needs to address the Black Country's needs, and then you're saying, well, we'll deliver more in Whitchurch. Well, that, you know, that effectively is contrary to the spatial strategy and contrary to the approach in regard to meeting local needs of the people in Shrewsbury, Bridgnorth and Ironbridge.
Do you want to come back on that point?
Yes, if I may. Trying to put this up. So, okay. The unmet requirements. Okay. The concern which has been expressed by yourself is about predetermination there, and you've mentioned predetermination specifically. I'll come back on that. Is we've reassessed for a number of sites, and it is unsurprising that given those sites were essayed and seem to be our preferred options in the past, they are sites that this council likes and wants to see developed in this local plan, having consideration of that assessment process. Now, your implication there is that we were never seeking to allocate anything on the eastern parts of or central parts of Shrewsbury in any case, which is not the case. The plan always had allocations in the eastern parts and central areas, and that is why we've used that geography to reassess those options. So I think it's unsurprising that having considered those, we continue to consider those sites are appropriate both for Shropshire's needs and for the needs of unmet need from elsewhere. So I think your level of surprise is unwarranted in this context.
Just add, one of the points we picked up yesterday was about the development strategies for Bridgnorth and for Shrewsbury, both of which recognise that the growth proposed is a guideline for levels of development. It's not about need within those settlements. And in fact, that's specifically clear within the policy. So, for instance, S3.1, which talks about the development strategy for Bridgnorth, recognises that Bridgnorth will fulfil its role as the second largest principal centre and contribute towards strategic growth objectives in the east of the county, delivering around 1,800 dwellings and making available around 49 hectares of employment land. So the role of Bridgnorth was always intended to be a strategic role because that's the function of the settlement. in Eastern Shropshire, some of the development will be to meet local needs, but there is an opportunity to meet wider needs. And that was always the intention for Bridge North, given the urban focused approach to development that we've proposed within the plan. What we're proposing in this strategy is a continuation of that role for those settlements. And the same is true of Shrewsbury, which obviously is our highest tier settlement, the strategic centre of Shropshire. I would suggest it's unsurprising in entirety that is a focus for development, because that is the nature of the settlement. It is where the majority of our services, facilities and infrastructure are provided. It is the most sustainable location to accommodate development in Shropshire.
Thank you. We could probably go on and on, but is there any final point?
Indeed not. I won't, revert back over points. I think, I speak on behalf of both of my clients. We do have some considerable concerns in respect of that. And we actually do not, have any particular concerns with regard to the identified spatial strategy. It is merely a fact that I think that the approach that's been taken with regard to addressing greenbelt need on sites that had been identified as part of that spatial strategy initially is doing nothing more than undermining that spatial strategy. But I have nothing more to say on that, Ma'am.
Thank you. How are people coping with the noise? We've obviously got it going on again outside. Are people struggling, or is it? Yeah, can anybody not hear? No? Okay, good. I think the microphones have maybe got a bit louder as well, so that helps. Mr. Wade.
Thank you, Mark. Our comments on this element of the strategy relate to the urban focus and its relationship with the 500 dwelling uplift, which is obviously dealt with via windfall. And the evidence for this has been based on a strong historic delivery of the windfall sites in Shropshire in the past. However, we need to remember that this was based on a previous spatial strategy that had a rural focus and a position that allowed windfalls to come forward in those areas and supported it. So therefore, with the switch in focus between the two plans, we're now entering a more restrictive policy position in rural areas, which has been hindered further by kind of the drawing of tight settlement boundaries. So we kind of question whether using windfalls to deliver that need is truly going to happen, and whether site allocation should be made to enable certainty in relation to those dwelling numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've probably strayed there into question 3, but do the council want to comment? We'll come back to it.
Yeah, I was going to say we've obviously dealt with windfall. I mean, we are, unless it's useful. I mean, I can come back now to do. Okay, fine.
There'll be similar comments, I suspect, and we'll deal with it then. It keeps our notes a bit more straightforward as well. Mr. Sitch.
Thank you, Ma'am. Echoing some of the points that Ms. Wilson raised around the distribution and the role of principal centres, you have our matter statement, which in principle we support the urban focus strategy in policy SP2, and that does include Market Drayton, which our client has interests at. But we also support development in the community hubs. And I think the theme that the plan recognises and the background papers to that is the necessary to support their long-term sustainability. And equally, given the rural nature of the county, obviously other villages and hamlets also need to be supported in terms of their long-term sustainability. The point we wish to make is around whether that distribution to the principal centres is a fair one, and the revisiting of that in response to your request for further information is a robust one. So if we look at and we're looking at the plan, Schedule A5, Roman 1, there you have the distribution of homes or dwellings across those 5 principal centres. And let's not forget the definition of principal centres in the policy is to accommodate significant, well-designed new housing and employment development supported by necessary infrastructure. Growth within these diverse settlements will maintain and enhance their roles, support key services and facilities, and maximise their economic potential. There is that distribution of dwellings across those 5 principal centres, we say is disproportionate, where we have Market Drayton, second from bottom, if you like, 1,200 homes, versus Oswald Street at 1,900 homes. The difference being 37% less than Oswald Street, 25% less than Whitchurch, 33% less than Bridgenorth. And yes, we are 17% higher than Ludlow, but significantly less than those other principal centres. And the question then is one of the process the council have gone through, but I think more so the revisiting of that in response to your letter, and the distribution of those additional homes that are now actually reinforcing that disparity. We're actually going to Shrewsbury. Yes, I understand the reason for that, but actually going to Whitchurch, so furthering the disproportionate distribution of dwellings to the principal centres. And we're not clear whether that is how that has been arrived at through the work that the council have referred to. When they've re-looked at the level of development and distribution. That's our principal point. And then how that flows through the SA. I'm not looking to revisit the SA point. It's more around the exercise before they get to that as to how we redistributed those additional homes. We're actually reinforcing we would say the disparity between the principal centres, and we're not sure that's a fair assessment. Have they tested a different scenario? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the council to comment on that.
Yeah, I got a little bit lost there. I'll be honest with you. I can tell you whether if you're supporting our urban focus strategy or not at that point. I think it was we want more in Market Drayton in a nutshell. I think, well,
I think if you read our statement, we are supporting the urban focus strategy. I think what I'm asking, and doesn't need to be sniggered at, but what I'm asking by your council, what I'm actually asking is the process that you've gone through to look at that distribution, whether that is a fair one and representative of the 5 principal centres, and then the revisiting of that with the additional dwellings that the inspectors have asked you to look at. Thank you. Mark.
I'm getting really loud now. The starting point for the distribution of development, as we've already discussed, was informed by the sustainability appraisal and planning judgment processes. As part of the updated additional SA work, we revisited that. That's summarised. I've given you the references previously. I think it's chapters 19 and 20 of the topic paper. And in terms of the SA, it's chapter 13. When it comes to the distribution between settlements within the urban categories, that was a process undertaken through consideration of the characteristics, constraints and opportunities of each settlement, and subject to consultation through several stages of Regulation 18 consultation and Regulation 19 consultation. In effect, planning judgment is being utilised through consideration of those constraints and opportunities and the characteristics of those settlements to inform those options. They were subject to consultation, and that has informed our approach within the submission version of the plan. In terms of the perceived disparity between the settlements, I would suggest that is our view is that we feel the levels of development proposed in each settlement are sustainable, respond to the spatial strategy that we have proposed, and again, respond to the characteristics, constraints and opportunities of those specific settlements. I'm sure this is something we'll discuss in more detail when we go on to the specific settlements, whether those strategies are appropriate. But the council's view is that the strategies proposed for all the settlements, and including Market Drayton, are appropriate and have been informed by the process that I've just described.
Was that revisited when you did the additional work to include land for the Black Country. So where you was looking to sort of find more land, if you like, for Shropshire's needs.
Yeah, so when basically the essay has a number of processes in it, the additional essay. One discrete exercise was looking at the most appropriate locations to accommodate the 1,530 hectare contributions to the Black Country. A second discrete exercise was looking at the most effective approach to accommodate the proposed uplift to the housing requirement, effectively the contribution for Shropshire needs, if you like. And then a separate discrete exercise was looking at the most sustainable approach to the distribution of development, again using the three options that we'd considered previously, looking at them in the context of additional information and drawing conclusions and the sustainability of those options. So yeah, through the additional essay, we revisited the strategic distribution development, which is informs the approach to specific settlements. And as I said previously, the essay concluded the urban focus was the most sustainable option. The subsequent planning judgment exercise considered it was an appropriate option to continue within the plan, and that's what our proposals are before you.
So if I may, just obviously, I just wanted to ask, because obviously when people object to plans, they're asked to identify how they would rectify that. I'm just wondering if Mr. Stitch has a view on how his version of the truth could be I suppose rectified, and is there a specific bit of the new evidence which you're pointing to say, I suppose you could point me and say how you would change that. I'm just want to know and be specific about this.
Are you able to answer that, right, Mr. Sitch?
Of course. I'll just think of it. It's a fair question. I think your question, Ma'am, to the council about whether they've revisited their work in terms of the additional housing numbers, and the response obviously the council have given you. Happy to relook at that, but I'm not sure that necessarily answers the question we've posed. I think in terms of the response or the solution, we would suggest in terms of the distribution, and I think there's 2 points to that. One is the council have explained that they are a guideline for development. That would suggest that there's an opportunity for, I don't know whether it's windfall or those numbers to be exceeded. And we know, obviously, in the current NPPF about significantly boosted supply of housing. So I think that's the context in which we look at those numbers, and that's welcome. So thank you. So that may be my response. I don't say anything else. But secondly, we would say that the distribution could be more evenly spread given the position and the location of those principal centres across the county, the role in terms of the Black Country, and the existing assets those principal centres have. And there's recognition of that in the plan. I recognise that, but I think it's the scale of the difference, and I think that's emphasised by the additional homes that are now put to Whitchurch, for example. So I think it'll be a revisiting of those overall numbers and the distribution of those between the 5 centres. If you want a particular number, I'm gladly put that in writing. But I think
I don't think we need specific numbers. I think it's sufficient to say that you're unhappy with that distribution of numbers, if you like, so that Market Drayton doesn't get as much as.
I think it's yes. I think it's more understanding where that explanation is and has an alternative distribution being considered, as opposed to being unhappy.
I think the council have explained what we've done in that regard.
We haven't. Obviously, you've made the point in ID 28 as well, that, and this is why we've picked this up in main modifications, that all housing employment requirements are a minimum. You've made that point very clearly, and we've picked that up. And yes, guidelines are a guideline. They're not. It's not a ceiling. We recognise that. So that's a response to that. But just picking up one thing Mr. Tish said there about the redistribute. Also, you mentioned about the unmet need, the Black Country unmet need. Just to confirm that Market Drayton wasn't in scope for that exercise. You may not agree with that, but that's not the exercise we undertook. We obviously had a good long conversation about things that were involved and weren't. So just to make that point there.
Thank you. So is there anything else anybody wants to say on matter 2? No. If we move on to matter, question 3, not matter 2, question 3, and we'll work on the same principle again. I suspect there's maybe more people want to speak on this this question than others. So we'll do the same sort of thing. We'll sort of, if you put your Toblerone up if you wish to speak, and I'll just sort of sweep around the room again. And yeah, it might be that we're break for lunch part way through this one, but we'll just see how we get on. Mr. Handy, if you yeah. So Mr. Handy, to go first.
On a bit quicker than I expected, actually. I'm ready. Let me get my head in order. So I think the revised question is clearly 3A, which is where my main interest lies, which is will the greater reliance on windfalls to meet the revised housing requirement deliver sites in accordance with the plan's strategic approach, and that is of maximising new development in urban areas. I think I'll probably spend more time acting on behalf of my clients on matter 11, which is Church Stretton, and go into the granular detail during that session. But to try and keep it brief, we would contend that certainly in some of the largest key settlements, and get my terminology right here, key centres, I should say, under the council's urban locations list, that there is an over-reliance on windfall sites in our view, and that doesn't just lie in Church Stretton, but probably 4 or 5 of the largest key centres in that list. I think if you were to refer to table 8.1 from the housing and employment topic paper, which I know Mr. West touched on yesterday, that sets out the council's position as of, in fairness, 31st of March last year, but nevertheless, latest publicly available information we've got. And certainly some of those larger key centres like Church Stretton, Craven Arms, Elmsmere, Wem, Shifnal, some of those numbers are still with a windfall allowance remaining of certainly 80 plus in a lot of those cases. In our view, that is not the best strategy to try and meet that overall strategic approach of maximising new development in those urban areas by relying on windfall sites for such large quantums. So I think I'll leave it there, because as I say, I'd probably like to, during matter 11, drill down to what that means in the context of Church Stretton and why we feel that's not the case. But as I say, as an overall view, suggestion or modification would be more allocations to actually deliver certainty that strategy will be effective and positively planned.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on any of those? Thanks.
Yeah, obviously, so sorry, I can't see an answer. Mr. Handy has raised a specific point about a specific settlement there, which I would imagine you'd probably want to come back to in a specific set. Is your question more strategically based, or are you willing?
Yeah, it's more strategic. I think one of the points he raises is that if you had more sites allocated in the plan, then it would provide greater certainty about the strategy. So I think that's a kind of strategic point that's been made here, isn't it?
Yes, and whilst Church Stretton is the settlement in which I'm acting on behalf of the promoters and landowners, it's a broader point on key centres and the remaining allowance, and how that means how effective then the council's strategy actually is.
I don't want to go into settlements too specifically, because obviously there's going to be an opportunity for that within later hearings. You mentioned Church Stretton, obviously what table 8.1 that you referred to in the housing and employment topic paper illustrates is that at submission, with a base date of the data had a base date of 31st of March 2019. There was a windfall allowance of 121 dwellings proposed in Church Stretton. At 31st of March 2023, that had reduced to 84. So there's an evidence that it demonstrates that windfall development is coming forward in that settlement, as we had anticipated. In terms of the wider principle of windfall, the council considers it takes an extremely cautious approach to windfall development within the plan. And we talked about this yesterday in terms of, based on existing commitments and proposed allocations, the windfall allowance required to achieve the proposed housing requirement include, and that's the updated housing requirement of 31,300. There is a need for a further 1,500 windfall sites to emerge over the period from 2023 to 2038. That's somewhat less than 100 dwellings per annum on windfall sites across all of Shropshire to achieve the housing requirement. I'm sure we'll hear from other parties that say our approach to windfall is overly cautious. The council seeks to strike a balance between providing certainty that the housing requirement can be achieved, whilst also recognising the fact that both our policies and the characteristics of Shropshire mean that windfall inevitably comes forward in the area. And we feel that we struck the appropriate balance. So without going into all the other settlements, what I will say is the total windfall allowance in the plan, as at 31st of March 2023, needs 1,500 additional windfall sites, 1,500 additional windfall dwellings to come forward in a 15-year period. In Shropshire, we consider that to be incredibly cautious and incredibly appropriate. We've got additional information within the housing employment topic paper that demonstrates windfall trends in terms of what's been coming forward. That's figure 8.1. Table 8.1 demonstrates how windfall allowances proposed for our main settlements has changed over time, demonstrating that windfall is coming forward in those settlements. And table 8.5 of the housing and employment topic paper identifies known windfall sites that we're aware of in those larger settlements, again demonstrating why the council has such confidence that there is compelling evidence that windfall has and will continue to form as an important component of the housing land supply in Shropshire.
Madam, just to say that for your note, you need to be careful with table 8.1 and figure 8.1. They're both relevant, but for different purposes. It's figure 8.1 on page 41 in the topic paper that deals, first of all, with completions on windfall sites to 2023, which is 4,683. And then underneath figure 8.1, you will read that as at the 31st of March 2023, there were another 3,971 commitments, i.e. planning permissions, so 4,600 completions and 3,900 commitments. And against that, Mr. Corden is telling you that another 1,500 over 15 years is credible. So 4,600 completions, 3,900 outstanding planning permissions, and then a reliance on another 1,500 coming forward over the next 15 years.
Yeah, just a couple of questions from me. I think they've arisen from other comments that have been made while we're on windfalls to this degree. So some people have said that the change from a rural focus to an urban focus will reduce windfall. So you're obviously basing these figures on historic trends and a plan that's in place at the moment as a rural focus. How do you see that panning out yourselves? Is that something you've considered? Or?
Yeah, so whilst the strategy has an urban focus, as we discussed earlier, we recognise that because of the characteristics of Shropshire, we need to ensure for the long-term sustainability of our rural communities. So there are policy mechanisms in the plan. So we talked about community clusters earlier. There's the same for community hubs and the wider rural area. Policy CS8 to CS10 all allow for and facilitate appropriate forms of windfall development in those locations. So we're not saying that because there's an urban focus, there won't be development in the rural areas. What we're saying is that There's specific policies that recognise the types of windfall development that would be appropriate in those locations. Similarly, there are policies that seek to facilitate windfall development in our urban locations. We'll be discussing some of them, particularly with regard to affordable housing in the future hearing session. The council has an excellent track record of delivering rural exception sites, and our policy seeks to continue facilitation of that. I think we were the second highest authority in the country for rural exception site delivery last year, and our policy seeks to facilitate that. So we feel that the evidence demonstrates that whilst there is an urban focus in the strategy, there are the opportunities for windfall in rural areas continue, and opportunities for windfall in urban areas are facilitated by the wider policies in the plan.
Thank you. Just one kind of point that kind of is similar is PD rights. So we know that in the past, most authorities have had peaks and troughs depending on particular policies. So, there was the one that allowed offices to change to residential, and a lot of places sort of quite quickly used up that kind of, so it showed a peak for a couple of years, and then this sort of the amount that could be developed fell away. Is that something that you've considered as part of this, that PD rights can affect?
Yeah, so obviously PD rights are going to facilitate additional development in some regards. In terms of office conversions, I'll be honest, we don't experience significant levels. We haven't in the past experienced significant levels. Barn conversions are more common because of the characteristics of Shropshire. The evidence suggests to us that there remain quite an extensive range of opportunities for that to continue in Shropshire moving forward. And obviously changes to building regulations seek to facilitate that. We don't see that there's any evidence to suggest that changes to PD rights, will result in a reduction in windfall. In reality, there's every likelihood that it will actually increase windfall in the future in Shropshire.
Thank you. That's helped cover a few points, I think, that while we're on with it. Mr. Bright, do you want to?
Hi there. I'm here today representing Nerton Developments. We don't agree with the approach of placing a greater reliance on windfall sites to meet the shortfall in housing sites for Shropshire's needs. Whilst a consideration in housing land supply, we are of the opinion that windfall sites should be utilised as a fallback should any allocated sites either be delayed or not delivered during the plan period. Indeed, whilst the council has drafted policies which will encourage the delivery of known windfall sites, there is no guarantee these sites will be delivered in accordance with previous trends. Para 72 of the NPPF identifies that there should be compelling evidence that they will provide a reliable source of supply. Furthermore, there are ongoing concerns raised by multiple parties regarding the proposed development plan period, especially given the use of the 2020 baseline to calculate housing need. If the plan period were amended to accord with this baseline assumption, the council would need to exclude a number of sites which have been delivered prior to this date and potentially increase the windfall allowance assumption further and/or allocate further sites for housing. As such, we are of the opinion that further housing sites should have been allocated rather than placing a greater reliance on windfall sites. Ultimately, it will be for the inspectors to determine whether sufficient compelling evidence has been provided, especially where there are a significant number of sites identified within Table 585, which have previously benefited from planning permissions that have lapsed. Just to follow up on question 3B, we don't agree with the approach of using windfall sites to meet the Black Country's needs. Thank you.
When you say table 8.5, where are you?
Not whether there's anything to add there, is there?
No, just again, the point I think Mr. Bright mentioned about using windfall to meet unmet needs from the Black Country. Again, that's just to correct. That's not the approach. The approach is that we are effectively using windfall to meet the Shropshire needs.
Backfill.
Yeah, the backfill Shropshire need in that context, and we've identified increase the guidelines in certain settlements that we feel as though have the opportunity to do that. The same evidence that Mr. Bright refers to in his statement is the evidence we would refer to as compelling evidence of actual a requirement, an allowance for windfall is appropriate in this context of a cautious amount that we are proposing.
Thank you. Sorry, do you want to say something?
Just to clarify, yes, I agree with the response on question 3B. And as I put, it's ultimately down to the inspectors.
Mr. Pierce.
Thank you. As my comments earlier sort of alluded to, our key interest is the additional 75 dwellings to be directed to Whitchurch. The pre-submission draft plan identified 3 additional housing allocations around Whitchurch. The development boundary to Whitchurch was amended in order to accommodate the 3 proposed draft allocations. This would indicate that in order to meet the housing requirement for Whitchurch, additional land outside of the existing built-up area was required, hence the allocations. The pre-submission draft plan also identified a windfall allowance of 82. And again, I think if you refer to table 8.1 on the housing topic paper, that sort of indicates that that has now been met and exceeded. So the current proposal to now direct an additional 75 dwellings to Whitchurch without identifying additional allocations in order to accommodate that would rely on further windfalls to come forward. Clearly, as the council have indicated, windfalls are coming forward in Whitchurch, which would indicate how many more are left, and is there sufficient capacity to accommodate the additional 75 dwellings that the increased housing requirement now dictates should be accommodated in Whitchurch. Turning to what the framework says, paragraph 15 says the planning system should be generally plan-led, whilst paragraph 23 talks about allocating specific sites in order to meet the strategic policies. Our representations and comments have suggested that in order to accommodate the additional 75 dwellings in Whitchurch, that additional allocation should be identified within the plan in order to accommodate that need. And whilst we're not here to talk about emission sites, we are aware that other sort of sites have been put forward as suitable to be allocated to meet that additional need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weston.
Yes, thanks, Mark. Just to put clarity on that, I think the windfall allowance for Whitchurch is not as described, because they had a minus figure as of 2023 of 55. So the 75 takes you to a windfall, I suppose, a windfall necessity of 20 that need
some demolition that gave us some net loss, you say, no?
Well, no, it's just been met. The windfall allowance at the submission plan that was allowed for Whitchurch had already been met. So actually, that already exceeded their windfall allowance. Hence, one of the reasons why we took the opportunity to look again at Whitchurch in terms of actually giving a more credible windfall allowance for the remaining part of the plan. So actually, that allowance starts in a minus figure and takes you to 20. So in meeting the guideline for Whitchurch, Shropshire Council needs to approve up to 20 windfall sites by the end of the plan period in the 4th largest settlement in the county. We think that's incredibly credible, very cautious, and hence why we feel as though there's no requirement for us to allocate specific land in order for us to do that. And a further point, and this idea of a greater windfall allowance is actually quite an odd one, because actually where we are now in 2024, 24, using 23 information, the windfall allowance to meet the housing requirement for Shropshire, even with the proposed increased housing requirement, is less than the windfall allowance than we proposed in the submitted version of the plan. And my colleague will give the numbers on that at the moment. So actually, this idea, no, you won't actually. You might actually give us a bit of time to do that. But
published figures are the ones that you have to be careful not
Yeah,
to
yeah,
use figures.
So it's when you compare the figures in the submission version of the plan. So the appendices. Too many documents open. That's the problem. There it is. Sorry. So appendix. Yeah, appendix 5 of the submission version of the plan details the effectively where we were at 31st of March 2019 for all the settlements. So it details the proposed residential development guidelines, completions that had been achieved at the point of submission, commitments and capacity proposed allocations, and then the total windfall allowance proposed for those settlements. So schedule A5I does that for the urban settlements. A5-2 does that for the community hubs, and then A5-3 details the proposed strategic settlements. If you compare that to the data within the housing and employment topic paper, specifically within, let's see which table it's in, the housing supply bit. Yeah, so table 10.2 is effectively the equivalent of A5I. So 10.2 of the housing and employment topic paper is effectively the same as A5I within the submission draft of the plan. Table 10.3 in the housing and employment topic paper is the same as A5-2 of the submission version of the plan. And what they demonstrate is the windfall allowances for those settlements when totaled are less than that submission because of the opportunities that have arisen in the intervening period.
So it's just to make the point that when we talk about we are relying on a greater degree of windfall, actually in terms of numerical figures since the plan, since the pre-submission version of the plan, we're actually not relying on a greater reliance on windfall. It's actually reduced, even with the top up of 500.
So that in Whitchurch, for example, original windfall figure 82.
Yep.
Then proposing to add 75 to it. And even then, the remaining number of dwellings still to find is 20.
Is what you've just run through an to Appendix 5 then?
Yeah, so within the main, within the main modifications that we've identified, we proposed amendments to the settlement guidelines for Shrewsbury, Whitchurch and the former Ironbridge Power Station to recognise the uplift to the proposed settlement guidelines. And similarly, we've proposed to update Appendix 5 of the draft plan to reflect the data as at 31st of March 2023. And so again, that's captured as a proposed main modification.
It is.
Yeah. Would you like the number? Would that be helpful? Yeah. So, main mod 261, 262, and 263. Those are actually sub schedules within the main modifications document, because obviously it's reproducing those tables. So they're on pages 140 to 142 of the schedule, GC4M.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Pearce, you want to say? Okay. So just looking around now behind. Who's next? Is it Has Wilson? Is that? Oh, Mr. Kells. I can't see.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a slightly different take on windfalls, I'm afraid. And I just want to, first of all, make I hope it's not too facetious a point, but I think it's an important point to make. The council's saying that they're being incredibly cautious, and I endorse that, but that is not a planning term or a planning approach for windfalls in the NPPF. So I would just cross-reference that reference to being incredibly cautious to para 72, and I know you're everyone's very aware of it, but an allowance should be realistic, having regard to the strategic land availability assessment, historic windfall delivery rates, which we have, and expected future trends, which we have. So in terms of the evidence base we have put forward by the council, I think the right things that we would expect in compelling evidence. We also have above that, and this is where I'm going to say the things which I think the council will like to hear, but are the things that are the basis for having a windfall, having windfalls. We also have policies which promote windfalls, and they're set out in GC 45.8.37 in some detail. So we know that the policy base is there, and we also have the evidence given of the existing opportunities. And I have some sympathy for the council when this comes up on a number of occasions, that you know, on if they put down some sites that they know about, which they can't allocate for various reasons, people jump up and down and say, well, those sites have this problem or that problem, and we don't know whether they'll come forward. On the other hand, if they didn't produce any sites at all, they would be criticised for saying you've got no sites for windfalls, therefore your windfall allowance is unbelievable. And indeed, it may be that if there are sites that are already well known, that is evidence that there is likely to be additional windfall sites which the council doesn't know about, because fundamentally windfall sites are something we don't know about. So I think the evidence of existing opportunities needs to be seen in that light, both as evidence that there are sites that are expected. The second criticism of having a windfall allowance at all is that we can't plan for windfalls. Now, that is obviously true. We don't know where they'll come except for what we know. However, the problem we have with that as a point is, if that is the case, then why are windfalls in the NPPF at all? Because that case can be made at every inquiry, and is generally made at every inquiry, where a windfall allowance is put forward by a council which has good evidence, and at least as good as evidence as at other councils. The further thing, of course, is that we can't be sure that windfalls will come in where we want them, in urban and rural areas. We can't. Windfalls to an extent, we can say that we will have policies which will seek to ensure they're in the urban areas. But the nature of windfalls, it would be impossible to say that your windfall allowance will go where you exactly want it to do. And you can't henpeck, that's not the right word, okay, completely wrong word. You can't, I don't know how that, you can't enclose windfalls into a particular location because it's impossible to do so. So then the question is, have we got sufficient windfalls in the plan to, you know, are they allowing, is their incredibly cautious approach too cautious? And we know that they've already exceeded the suggestion that it might be cautious because they've already exceeded it in a number of their areas. In Shrewsbury, they've exceeded it. In Whitchurch, they've exceeded it, we're told. Indeed, you might say that in terms of meeting that settlement requirement, because they've already got windfalls there, they're already ahead of that settlement requirement by providing those houses already. So in terms of their delivery, we know that they've already over-delivered. So this is suggestive of, it's not proof of, but it is suggestive of a council that is in a position to deliver those. And we have that evidence in front of us. So the fact that they are delivering at this rate suggests it. Now let's, if I can just look at the kind of figures we're talking about. So I haven't looked at that comparison, and I know we're coming back to windfall, so I may have a little, if I come back next time, I may go back to that table that was just referenced. But if we look back at table 10.1 of GC45, you'll see that, leaving aside where they're going, you'll see that the total windfalls from 2023 to 2038 are 3855 in total. 3588. I have done that. It's because I'm trying to just bring it up. Let me pause slightly and bring it up rather than. My computer won't do it. 3588. So it is 3588 is the total figure in 10.1 of windfalls that are anticipated up to 2038. However, if one looks at table 8.1, which is the last 5 years, the council has already exceeded by to the extent of providing 4,683 in those 5 years. And I suggest that even with all the caveats about uncertainty and cautiousness, it is almost inconceivable, especially given the points that have been made by the council, that there will be less windfalls over the next 13 years than there were in that 5-year period. It seems to be a very huge stretch. If one took that historical data and went and simply took those figures, removing the first 3 years, one would get to approximately 11,000 dwellings, which is what's in our submission to you as the figure that you would get theoretically. It therefore seems to us that the council is being overly cautious, and there is a clear case for a higher windfall allowance overall, which would affect the need for housing sites to be released, and also potentially for safeguarded housing sites which require exceptional circumstances in the green belt to be required. So we believe that this needs to be reviewed, and that a figure which is more realistic based on that on the evidence that we have, is appropriate and is in line with paragraph 72 of the National Planning Policy Framework. And I suppose the final point on that is that those windfalls will happen. They're not going to not happen because we provide inadequate windfall allowance. And that goes from every authority right up, and you can see it in plans from Birmingham's plan right the way down to very small authorities, that they happen because that is the nature of windfalls. And we have very compelling evidence. We have all the evidence from the local authority to do that, and therefore we think they're underestimated and that there should be a significantly higher windfall allowance. We've given some figures of a kind of range. It's not, we don't think it's for our faith, because the theoretical number, the very top theoretical number, would clearly be maybe too high because you're assuming a generous wind. But at the moment, as they say, they are being incredibly cautious. And that does not seem to me to be the right approach when they have this compelling evidence that they will have windfall and that the windfalls will be of sufficient level to provide for the needs for the housing need that they have. I suppose the last point is, as we know, they are going above their need. So what they're doing is that they're going for a high growth. So they're looking for housing numbers which are above demographic needs. So using windfalls to meet that need is clearly an opportunity for them.
Thank you. I'll ask the council to come back. Just a couple of points. I've noticed that people are referring to para 72 of the MPPF, but the windfall paragraph is 71. So just a reminder that we're in transitional arrangement. So we're in the old MPPF. I know a lot of you have probably got it in a cupboard somewhere or whatever and just bring it out on occasion, but it's hard to remember. But yeah, I don't think it says anything different in this case, para 71, 72 between the two, but just as a reminder, because there are some differences between the two different versions of those MPPFs. Mr. Kell, just I suppose a question or a point is that we have a plan-led system that's and windfalls kind of, there's an allowance for a certain amount of windfalls, but is that plan-led system? And I think that's a point I would make, but for the council to address.
Yeah, thank you, Mum. It's Goldilocks, isn't it, really, here? It's I feel a bit like that at the moment. Inevitably, council in the middle. Now, yes, we feel as though, just as a basic point, and I've said this before, but it's worth reiterating, that we do feel as though there is sufficient evidence before you, compelling evidence to suggest that the windfall allowance, which we have suggested through numbers, is actually not increasing from the submitted version of the plan, even with the additionality of the 500 proposed through our recent work. There is compelling evidence that there are windfall that will happen in the lifetime of this plan. We do think we're being a cautious approach. We do think that's the right approach because of the point you just made them, Ma'am, about the importance of a plan-led system. Ultimately, it's about certainty, isn't it? It's about certainty of delivery. That's what that's what the framework wants us to achieve. That's what we think we've achieved. Now, just a couple of quick points, just in terms of the tables which you've referred to. Table 10 point, it's 1 in the topic paper, which is GC 45. It's worth referencing, and in case everyone's just to make sure everyone's clear on this, the top figure, which is a 34,870 figure, which is the bottom right hand part of the process, that's our total considered supply. Okay, and we feel as though the windfall allowance in the supply under J in the table is credible in its own right, and that's our housing supply position. The housing the windfall sites required to meet the housing requirement is less than that. That's the 1,500, not to be confused with the 1,500 unmet need. It's the 1,500 windfall, which we referenced earlier on, works out around 100 a year to meet the housing requirement. So actually, we feel as though hence why we do feel as though that's a cautious approach. Your point effectively gets you to a position where, I don't think you quite said this, but I think it's where your logic gets to is we're allocating more than we should. I think is where you're getting to. We don't agree with that, obviously. We feel as though we've got the balance right, and we feel as though the evidence is there to show that, and we feel as though there is sufficient confidence in achieving a minimum housing requirement as we've set out through both the allocations, and there's 69 of those in the plan for residential, as well as what we consider to be a pretty minimal requirement for wind. Right. So unless there's any other points specifically which you want me to come back on, Mark, that's.
Could I come back very briefly, because I actually missed a point in it, which is that we also think that the proper approach to windfall, or the best approach, would be to take them at the county level, simply because you don't exactly know where they're going to come from, and that it would be better to take them out at the top, and then when you're doing your bit for each settlement, you follow your plan for that settlement, but you've taken the windfalls out at the top level because you can't. You may have evidence that suggests they will come in one place, and that may support your strategy, and that's right to do so. But because of the variation in where windfalls will come, if you take them out to begin with, you're more likely to deal with the bumps and ups and downs of windfalls will come in the place you didn't expect them, and they'll come from things that you didn't know over a 15-year period. So that would, in a sense, partly address that problem. But clearly, as I say, that would be our approach. Still, having gone for this approach, the overall number of windfall sites would have an effect on how you split up the rest of your allocated sites. If that makes sense, sorry.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Do you, Mr. West?
I think I do. I don't agree with it, but I think I understand. So I think what you're saying is effectively group the windfall all together in a county basis, so not have a windfall allowance per settlement. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, effectively.
So a lot of authorities do that. They just have an overarching windfall allowance, don't they? That's not sort of disaggregated down. I think that's what Mr. Gaff.
Well, I think possibly because of the nature of Shropshire, the size of Shropshire, and the specific nature of the characteristics of the areas, I think it's right and appropriate that we do have guidelines for individual settlements. It's what we've effectively done in the past with plans. We are proposing that process is carried on. It seeks to deliver in a successful manner. Now, I think that the point about the certainty about location of delivery of windfall is one where I think was made as well. And I think the assumption is we just don't know where windfall is going to happen, and therefore we can't actually manage it. So therefore it's not going to be in the right locations for the spatial strategy. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that because of the policy framework we have in place. The guidelines, actually specifically, that's why you have guidelines for localised areas, and because you want to achieve the guideline in that area, and that will be through a combination of sites we've included in the plan and an allowance for windfall. So I think in achieving the urban approach that we've taken, the spatial approach we've taken, I think it's right that we do have windfall allowances at a settlement basis as well, taking into account those specific characteristics and opportunities within those those areas for windfall. The other point I was just going to make was about managing the guideline. Now we know that the overall guideline is a minimum figure because you've told us that, and that's what we've included. We've also the policy which was included in the strategic policies, SP number 7, which is managing housing development, does talk about how we manage settlement guidelines on an individual basis. So effectively it gives the considerations about what happens in the circumstance when you have a planning application in front of you and those guidelines have either we've already met the guidelines. It tells you that policy tells you how we are going to approach that. It says the guideline for the settlement is a significant consideration. So what I would say is that in itself is managing the framework around where windfalls happen. So I don't agree with the point about effectively it's a free-for-all windfall in sort of in the counties. We don't know where it's going to happen. That's the point of having a policy framework, in my view. But that's I think that's all I want to say on that.
Thank you.
Can I? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a very minor point, but can I just check on the 1,500 windfall that are needed by the end of the plan that you've mentioned today? Is that maths that's been done today, or can we find that somewhere?
Yeah, so if you total the tables in GC 45, which are tables 10.2, 10.3 and 10.4, they effectively look at the guidelines that we've proposed for settlements and for the wider rural area, and look at the amount of windfall that's required to achieve those guidelines, and the guidelines total 31,300. So in effect,
so that isn't written down anywhere at the moment. It is maths that's been.
We can do it for you.
Well, table 10.
Like
sorry, table 10.2 looks at the windfall allowances for all the urban settlements, and it totals that on the bottom row as 1,009. That's page 78. Table 10.3 does the same exercise for the community hubs, and that's totals 477. That gets you to the around 1,500 we've been referring to.
That's fine. Yeah, we can do those maths too.
You can do those maths. You don't need us to do them. Okay, fine.
If upon reflection you'd rather a paragraph explaining how to do the math, then of course we can do that.
Yeah,
right.
Followed earlier.
We can do basic arithmetic, can't we?
I'm not sure we can.
Okay, it's coming up to 12:30. Sorry, Mr. Wilson. It's nothing personal. Every time we get to you, we need to have a break. But, so if we break until 1:30, and then when we come back, we'll listen to Ms. Wilson. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 1:30 and time to resume. So we'll come to you now, Ms Wilson.
Fabulous, thank you, Ma'am. I will try to keep my comments in regard to question 3 relevant to today's discussion on the development strategy, and make further representations in line with our hearing statements with regard to specific concerns in terms of sites identified within the council's, I suppose, list of windfall sites that I'm not entirely sure are necessarily windfall sites if you are aware that they are available. Effectively, and as a starting point, and this is probably just me and not something that I have any great concern with, but just seeking a little bit of clarity in regards to the relationship between the proposed settlement guidelines and windfall. I'm just a little unclear, particularly with if we reference table 15.1 of the updated housing and employment topic paper, which is GC 45, I believe. Just what the relationship is between those two elements. The second point being, and this is something that I don't want to labour, and as a point that has been referenced by multiple parties around the table, but simply in terms of what the wider understanding of what windfall is, it is irrespective of the council's decision to effectively uplift the settlement guidelines, windfall cannot be controlled. It simply cannot be controlled. There is no mechanism for controlling it. And again, with regard to the spatial strategy, I suppose we're here at these stage 2 sessions as a result of the revisions that have been made on the basis of the Black Country and the, I suppose, redeployment of 3 of the allocations to meet the Black Country need. And I just wonder if the council could point me to where within their submitted evidence they've considered the implications in terms of affordable housing, in particular with regard to the new approach being taken. So, I mean, Mum, you will note that DP3, the affordable housing policy as drafted, has a very specific set of requirements that relates to both development in the north and south of the authority, and furthermore sets out specific thresholds for a site being subject to affordable housing provision. In so kind of effectively redistributing growth that is, I think Mr. West described it as backfilling Shropshire's need. In so doing that, have the council considered that, the sites that will invariably now come forward or could potentially come forward, we do not know where these will be, what the impact that will be in terms of affordable housing. We are, it's a 10% requirement in the north. And again, windfall by the very nature of it could be sites that are under 5 dwellings, it could be under 10. Effectively, you have lost 1,500 off of what would originally been proposed to meet Shropshire's need, and the inherent provision of 20% of those as affordable housing, notwithstanding any viability evidence that would be adduced. But what are the affordable housing implications? If you are taking an approach where 500 dwellings, you're backfilling Shropshire's need with windfall, you can't measure or confirm or have very much regard to where and how affordable housing provision will come forward. And that is, affordable housing is very clearly stated within the draft policy under SP2, on which we're talking about today. So I think that's my most substantive point. I think also, just to note that I believe, and we have had a break since, so forgive me if I've remembered this incorrectly, but as part of the discussion before we took a lunch break, Mr. Corden did very much admit that, windfall in Shropshire has been historically rural. And there is despite the urban focus set out within the spatial strategy, there will inherently be windfall development come forward within rural areas. Now, in principle, I do not have an issue with windfall allowance. Windfall allowance is a standard, as we've discussed before the break, Ma'am. It is just insofar as the spatial strategy is concerned, it is reasonably unusual for councils to adopt an approach by which they're trying to dictate where windfall allowance will happen. And I suppose the council alluded to before the break the fact that there is mechanisms and policies that pertain to how decision makers would approach situations where those settlement guidelines had been exceeded. So, for example, say in Whitchurch, a windfall or an application came in and the windfall allowance had been met, there's very clear details set out about how the decision maker is to follow that process. What there isn't, as far as I can see, is a mechanism by which, say, for example, Whitchurch didn't see an additional 20 dwellings. At what point, do we trigger a review of that more centrally in terms of, effectively looking for other solutions? And I suppose my final point, and this I think just something that I will build on at tomorrow's session, but something that I think you touched on yourself, Mom, before the break. The windfall evidence provided, shows a downward trajectory in the number of windfall sites coming forward. It shows a reduction in the percentage of overall growth year on year. It is reflective of the period where there has been significant change nationally in terms of legislation, particularly relating to permitted development. And in effect, when permitted development changed, one question is whether the floodgates opened and everything that was feasibly going to come forward would do so. And furthermore, we are viewing all of this evidence in the context of there being an extensive period of a policy vacuum. And so the only mechanism by which people could reasonably develop anything in Shropshire is quite literally by virtue of the fact that they submit in speculative applications. There hasn't been an up-to-date local plan in Shropshire for some time. And effectively, if the plan were to be found sound, and that the council were in a position to have an up-to-date local plan, then there is serious questions about whether that windfall allowance would continue at the rate previously recorded.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Mr. West or Corden?
I think it'll be a combined effort on that one. I think quite a lot to unpack there. We'll do our best in responding, but please say if there's any areas where we've missed. It just pick up, probably not in order, but just in terms of things I've noted in terms of the control mechanism for windfall allowances. You're right. That's what I said before the break about the policy framework. I mentioned the policy managing how it's managing housing development in the local plan review, SP number 7. You'd referenced you had concerns about the scenario where through obviously monitoring processes that we were the council was concerned that the guidelines of settlements weren't being met, and what was the mechanism to do that, and we didn't have one. Well, we do have one. It's in the policy. It's number 4 in the policy. It specifically indicates that additional market housing development outside the boundaries of settlements will be potentially acceptable where there is clear evidence that the residential the guideline for the settlement appears unlikely in being met over the plan. So you have an inbuilt mechanism there about what happens through our monitoring process, about what that happens. That's the same approach as we have in the current local plan. I would refer to our current local plan as the current plan, not an out-of-date plan. So we don't agree on that point. We think our current plan, the SAMDEV plan, is an up-to-date local plan for the purposes of decision making, and that is why this, going back to another point you've made about, you mentioned about effectively we've been working in a policy vacuum for several years. That's completely inaccurate. We have not been working in a policy vacuum. We see saved allocations. We have those in the plan. They are coming through the system. That is what has happened. So we do not agree there's a policy vacuum, and that is a reason why windfall has been high. It is high because windfall because it is a big place, Shropshire, and we have lots of windfall opportunities. That is why the windfall has been high, not because there's a policy vacuum, which we disagree. So those
those are the 2 points I just wanted to come back on. In terms of the affordable housing point, then whether Dan is there any?
Yeah, there's a few points I was going to pick up on. First, in terms of the definition of what is windfall, the definition the council applies is that from Annex 2 of the NPPF, which for clarity is sites not specifically identified in the development plan. That's the national definition of windfall. That's the definition the council applies. In terms of the concerns about affordable housing, there's a couple of points I wanted to make. Firstly, affordable housing sites in and of themselves are a form of windfall development. So where they come forward, they are windfall. Will be exception sites. Yeah, sorry, where they come forward on exception sites rather than as a contribution on development sites, they would be a form of windfall. And we have a number of policies that we'll be discussing in later hearing sessions that seek to facilitate that. The policy that sets requirements for on-site contributions of windfall for market developments applies to all forms of development, irrespective of whether it's an allocation or not. So where it meets the threshold, which is 5 dwellings in rural areas, 10 dwellings in urban areas, there would be an expectation that an affordable housing contribution will be made, irrespective of whether it's windfall or not. One of the points we made within our housing and employment topic paper about the benefits of accepting the accommodation of a contribution to the Black Country is that development will facilitate the delivery of additional affordable housing, because one of the mechanisms to deliver affordable housing is residential development. So by accepting 1,500 dwellings as a contribution to the Black Country, that's facilitating the delivery of additional affordable housing in Shropshire as a proportion of the development that takes place to meet those needs. In terms of the past trends on windfall, you made an interesting point in terms of the fact that it, obviously my colleague, Mr. West, has addressed the point about the plan period, about the plan being, in our view, up to date. There's a couple of documents I was just going to use to emphasise that point. The first is GC 51, which looks at the status of the allocations in the adopted plan and demonstrates the level of development that's been delivered on those sites over the last approximately 10 years. So it demonstrates that there is specific supply of development coming forward on those sites. So there's been up to 31st of March 2023, there was 4,700 dwellings have been delivered on those allocations, with an additional 4,000 odd with planning permission. So that demonstrates the fact that whilst windfall is an important component, it's complemented by sites in the adopted plan. And then the other document I was just going to reference, it's one of our older evidence-based documents. It's EV 048.01, which is one of the older 5-year housing land supply statements that we produced in the context of the adopted plan, actually, because when we submitted the plan, we produced two 5-year housing land supply statements, one in the context of the adopted, one in the context of the emerging plan. What that does on page 26 is looks at the longer term trends of windfall on smaller sites. And it demonstrates that over the period from 2006-7 to 2019-20, so looking back over a much longer period, the average delivery was 378 dwellings per annum on small scale windfall sites of less than 5 dwellings. So it's not just a short-term issue. That demonstrates that windfall has been arising in Shropshire over the last 20 years. Sorry, the last 15 years in that. And then obviously when you add on the more up-to-date information, the more in the housing topic paper that takes us up to 2023, that trend continues. So on small sites, which is the site that we have an allowance for in our supply, there's a track record of those levels of delivery over a long period. Are
we missing any other points there? Yes. We may be missing something. Sorry.
I think that's probably covered.
There was one other point I was going to make, actually, which when we considered the Matter 1 statements from both Gleeson and Boningale, they talk about the windfall allowance that we proposed in our strategic land availability assessment, and I believe in effect endorsed the approach within that. Let me just find it. It was 2.23. Yeah, so it says in 2.23, the updated additional essay fails to consider the cause of the uptick in windfall completions and fails to justify that windfall rates will continue at the current rate. The robust and restrained approach taken by the council back in 2018 should be the default position. Just to be clear, within the SLAR, the conclusion was that on small sites of less than 5 dwellings, the allowance should be 299 dwellings per annum from years 4 onwards within the supply. Within our house and land supply, that's the most recent version, which is GC 47, Appendix I, it demonstrates that the council's windfall allowance proposed is 299 dwellings per annum from years 4 onwards. And as we've already talked about, in the context of the proposed guidelines for settlements, the council needs the allowance for windfall is about 1,500 dwellings. So by my taking the submissions by Gleeson and Boningale Homes endorsed the windfall allowance that the council makes in its housing land supply and actually considers the windfall allowance to achieve our housing requirements is overly cautious.
Thank you. Just one question, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Wilson. You've got something. You might pick up the same point. When you say the Black Country will include affordable housing, but you're effectively importing that as well, aren't you? So you know there will be an element of people that need affordable housing in that 1,500. If you see what I mean. So
I take the point, which is and it's correct, but what it does do is it's a mechanism of delivering affordable housing. And I think the concern that was raised was, will accepting a contribution from the Black Country result in a reduction of the delivery of affordable housing? Our point is that it will actually support the delivery of affordable housing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. Firstly, just a smaller point with regards to the response from Mr. West on my point about a mechanism to address any situations whereby windfall or indeed the delivery set out within the settlement guidelines doesn't come forward. Absolutely agree that there is a mechanism relative to each individual settlement, but we're preparing a plan on a county level. If there's no applications coming forward in Whitchurch, there are no applications coming forward in Whitchurch, there should be a mechanism by which that can be readdressed in another sustainable settlement. And I think that's my point, that there's no provision to do that. I'm still struggling, to be perfectly honest with you, in regard to the affordable housing point. The point that the inspector has just raised is, in so agreeing to address unmet need from the Black Country, it is inherent that you will need to address the affordable or elements of the affordable housing need for the Black Country. It is again the council trying to subsume your own affordable housing requirements within a wider requirement for everything. But quite simply, the point put is that the new evidence before us and the purpose of these stage 2 hearings is effectively that the council have redistributed 1,500 dwellings worth of growth that were previously as a blanket going to meet the needs of Shropshire originally and then the Black Country. If you were to go on a policy compliant level at 20%, because they're all in the south of the county, that would be 300 affordable dwellings. Now, I fail to see how applying a windfall policy, whereby sites could theoretically come forward in any area of the county, including the north, where there is a reduction in the affordable housing requirement, and indeed where effectively you could get 500 dwellings worth of sites at four dwellings as a maximum, which won't be subject to affordable housing requirement under the provisions of the council's own DP3 policy. So effectively, you know, you have argued that you have backfilled Shropshire's need, but where is the evidence that that is not going to have a very significant impact on the identified supply or the expected supply of affordable housing? Because quite frankly, you cannot control through windfall the degree or location of affordable housing. You just can't do that. There is no mechanism to do that. And furthermore, you referred to exception sites. Where's the evidence that this will automatically provide affordable housing?
It's because exception sites are affordable housing. That is the policy.
Indeed,
exception sites are rural exception sites for 100% affordable housing, or cross subsidy schemes where it's up to 70% affordable affordable housing. Those are in our affordable housing policies. They are windfall. We can control the location of exception schemes.
Just picking up on the point about
Miss Wilson was still speaking.
No, absolutely. I mean, I suppose it is literally the point that under the council's policy mechanism, you are trying to argue that windfall will somehow be guided, and I assume to some degree exception sites will be guided by the settlement guidelines. But you just simply can't control that. There is no evidence that you can control that. There is no evidence that you can control that. You can't, if you've, I mean, I think everybody around the table agrees that, you know, windfall by the very nature of it comes forward unexpectedly in some instances, or it comes forward in areas where arguably they're not within the most sustainable settlements as set out within the spatial strategy.
Then you refuse them based on the fact that it's inappropriate development. You can control it. It's called the policy framework. It's the same point I'm making. We just don't seem to agree on.
I think the point Miss Wilson's making is not that you can't control it, in that, you know, we all know that through development management policies you can refuse them if they, you know, 500 houses in the middle of nowhere, for example. But I think it's how do you make them come forward? I think that's what you're saying, isn't it? You can't make them come forward.
Exactly that, Mum. You can't make them come forward, and furthermore, you certainly can't make them come forward in accordance with the spatial strategy that the Council have evidence and supposedly considered to be justified.
We do consider it to be justified. In terms of the guidelines, again, I'll reiterate the point that in acknowledging the uplift of the housing, the proposed uplift in the housing requirement is the 500. We have identified increases to guidelines in certain settlements and specifically increase the windfall allowance in those areas. I don't understand how that is not managing development in certain settlements and being able to manage through a policy framework the location of windfall development. If there's inappropriate windfall development, it will be refused. If it's appropriate, it will be approved. That's what the policy framework says.
Not sure we can take it. I've understood both parties.
Yeah, I mean, it's safer just putting it on the record that the council have fundamentally failed to respond in regard to the I don't know, the effect of windfall backfill in supply and the impact that that's going to have on affordable housing supply against the position previously examined under stage 1.
Ma'am, can you just confirm, was that question in the matter statement? I'm sorry, but
So again, as I expressed to the inspectors at the beginning of the session, obviously when the matters issues and questions were issued, unmet need, the windfall allowance were to be addressed in the matter 3 statement. So no, I fully admit it is not within our matter 2 statement.
So this is the first we're hearing about this question at the moment. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I think that's partly our fault because we've added questions in to cover some other points, but is it Mr. Hill next? I think I've got that right. Yeah.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'll be brief. I think a fair bit of what I was going to say has already been addressed. It become no surprise to you that our thought process is that the plan should be making positive allocations in a plan-led system rather than relying on unidentified sites. But there's 2 points of clarification, if I may, William, and it may well be the council can assist me. And it goes directly to the question that you helpfully put, and to paraphrase, is the council's greater reliance on windfall sites to meet the revised housing fund sound, and what certainty is there that sufficient windfall development will come forward? And in relation to the first of those 2 points, the greater reliance, I think Mr. West was, I'm sure he'll be right on this, there's reduced reliance, I can't remember the phraseology that was used, reduced reliance on windfall sites in the plan. But my reading, that can't be correct, because there was a windfall allowance. That windfall allowance has been increased. So the number of windfall sites that the plan is projected to cater for has been increased. The plan period hasn't changed. Now, the definition of a windfall site in the glossary, the 2021 NPPF, is an unidentified site in the development plan. So by virtue of that, any site that is not allocated is a windfall site, be it a completion, outstanding, under construction, an allowance. They are all windfall sites. And the second point, then, it's the justification, I suppose, for the windfall allowance. And obviously, the council has had a choice at how it deals with the uplift. And I think it's para 8.3 of the background paper explains the choices and the 4 choices that they had. And then table 8.5 of the background paper summarises the council terms as significant potential for windfall development, and it helpfully lists a lot of sites that can come forward in various settlements at various scales. But the footnote to that table, it's correct. It says not all potential windfall sites opportunities identified will necessarily come forward, and that must be correct, because we don't know whether they will come forward. There's no certainty over that, and that goes back to your question. If you look at table, sorry, it's paragraph 8.22. That is on page 38. What that does, that looks at to pull it up, it looks at the compatibility with the spatial strategy. It looks at the 8.2 I'll go to. It says, on balance, the updated additional SA assessment concludes option 1, in effect, which is the windfall allowance, increasing the settlement guidelines of windfall allowances represents the most sustainable of the reasonable options for accommodating the uplift. So that's the conclusion, if you like, or the on balance summary of that. And then if you just scroll down the bottom of page 38 under criterion F, it then looks at, I think it's option 3, which is where it's saying what's the summary of windfalls versus allocations. And it says increasing the site allocations would achieve the proposed uplift and proposed housing requirements. And I won't read it all out, but at the end of that paragraph, it's basically saying, it's on my reading, I've read it a few times now, maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, that the risks of negative sustainability outcomes associated with option 1, which is the windfalls, are lower than option 3. And it says primarily due to the increased certainty regarding the urban focus of development. So unless I've got that wrong, that's saying the windfall allowance provides more certainty than positive allocations. But I'd put it to him on that simply can't be correct, can it? Because positive allocations can be directed to specific locations, and specific locations will be reflective of the overall development strategy in urban areas. So it's a point of clarity, Mon, really, that the basis for the greater certainty that they will come forward when in my view, greater certainty can only come forward through positive allocations rather than unidentified sites.
Thank you. Do you want to, Mr. Cobb?
Yeah, the paragraph that Mr. Hill refers us to is an extract from the sustainability appraisal. What that is effectively explaining is that when we considered the various options for accommodating the uplift, the increased certainty is not about deliverability, it's about the location of development, because the options considered were about locating development in urban locations through windfall or proposed allocations. The view was taken that the mechanisms in the plan that provide certainty about the suitable locations of urban windfall are such that there is certainty that it will be in an urban location, whereas an allocation is dependent on the location of the allocation itself, and we wouldn't want to predetermine the outcome of any assessment about which allocation would be selected for that purpose. So that is about location and not deliverability. What the essay specifies is that deliverability is an important consideration, but that's part of planning judgment. And that's why the housing topic paper, when it's assessing the various options for accommodating the uplift to the housing requirement, considers three factors. The first is the results of the essay itself. The second is the compatibility with the wider spatial strategy, vision and objectives in the draft plan. And the third is deliverability. Now that goes on to the next point that Mr. Hill made, which was about how can we have certainty about deliverability without wanting to go over old ground. Obviously, the council looked at a number of things when determining if we have compelling evidence that windfall will occur in Shropshire. The first is past trends, which is summarised in figure 8.1. The second is looking at how residential guidelines in settlements have evolved over time, and demonstrates that windfall is arising in those settlements. And the third was looking at potential sources of windfall, which is summarised in table 8.5. In terms of the point Mr. Hill made about the fact that the council have said that windfall allowance has reduced since submission, even with the 500 dwellings uplift, the point Mr. West was making is that it's about unknown windfall. So in effect, commitments on windfall sites have increased more than the 500 dwelling uplift. Hence, the reliance on additional windfalls emerging has reduced since submission of the plan. That is true. That's factually correct, and it's demonstrated in the housing employment topic paper. The final point Mr. Hill made was about table 8.5 and the fact that we don't have certainty that those windfall opportunities will arise. I think the council fully acknowledges that those are examples of potential windfall sites that demonstrate the fact that we are aware of potential sites, but we are not saying that those will be the specific sites that the windfall will be delivered on, because the housing and employment topic paper equally recognises that further windfall opportunities inevitably arise, particularly in a location like Shropshire, where the characteristics are such that windfall emerges and there's a 15-year period within the plan period for that to occur. What I do feel table 8.5 demonstrates, though, is that there are significant known potential windfall opportunities, which provides confidence that the council has compelling evidence when combined with past trends and the policy framework which seeks to facilitate windfall development in appropriate locations, that windfall will arise as required in the plan to achieve the proposed requirements.
It was just to reiterate the point, thank you, Dan, about the point Mr. Hill makes about the in terms of the numbers, the start numbers here, and effectively, if you get into this rather odd issue about unknown windfall and known windfall. Known windfall is commitments. We've had commitments, we know where they are, and we know the numbers which they are producing. We have to take those into account. In fact, it would be wrong for us not to take those into account in the plan. So that's what we sought to do. So hence that's why we lead to the point, yes, we are proposing a increase in the housing requirement. That is catered for by windfall, but the overall unknown windfall element has reduced because of the early part of the plan. That's the answer to that point, and just making sure people are clear on that point.
Just come back on a point, and then if you've got any further points, Mr. Hill. So, Mr. Codney said increased certainty, not about deliverability, but about locations. That didn't seem to make sense because you can't control where the windfalls come forward.
The proposed approach is that settlement guidelines for specific settlements are uplifted to accommodate the windfall, and in that way we will control through the policy framework the location of windfall. But the point is that we have policies that manage where windfall arises. One of those is the settlement guideline, which we've already referred to, SP7, managing housing development, and how that mechanism recognises that is a significant policy consideration. That policy dictates the circumstances where it's appropriate for those settlement guidelines to be exceeded, and also provides the mechanism in instances where it appears that it's not going to be achieved in the plan. That mechanism ensures that the location of development is as per the settlement guidelines. So that's the mechanism to control it. So the point in the essay is that the option was to direct windfall to urban locations, and because of that, there's increased certainty that it would occur in urban locations. The option looking at site allocations can't predetermine which site allocation that would be accommodated on. So whilst it could be in an urban location, that's a matter for consideration through subsequent aspects of the essay if that was the approach selected. Hence why the council considers that there was increased certainty through that approach.
So if you'd have, so what you're saying, because you wasn't considering sites at that point, then the windfall approach was more sustainable. Is that?
If we were to consider sites, we would consider sites within. I suppose if you were to tell us you need to consider sites, we would consider sites within the context of achieving the overall strategy of urban focus. So yes, we could do that, but we weren't considering sites at that point. What we are saying is through the guidelines that we have, and specifically the increasing the guidelines in urban locations, Shrewsbury and Whitchurch specifically, we feel as though we do have a sufficient policy mechanism to guide that additional windfall development into those urban areas in line with the spatial strategy.
As a general matter of principle, allocating sites, you can ensure where they go, so they could more than if you have windfalls. I think that's.
But if you have a windfall policy that applies to an urban area and which says we will encourage either sites to come forward within that urban area or on the edge of that urban area, that is a policy that ensures that the development will go to the urban area without looking at the sites. Because you are saying to the development industry, up to this threshold, sites in that urban area or on the edge of it will be supported.
You can't say that that's more sustainable than allocating sites in an urban area.
Well, in the context of the exercise that the council was doing, we're struggling to understand why allocating the sites would be less sustainable or unsustainable.
Mr. Hill, do you want to come back on that point at all?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am.
It's an appropriate strategy.
Yeah.
More than.
No.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark. I'll just be brief, really. I don't need to go over all ground, but it simply can't be the case that unidentified sites can have greater certainty than sites that are allocated. The council has the gift to allocate sites in the urban area in its most sustainable locations. by implication, they must be the most sustainable and give the most certainty. And in relation to the terminology of how accounting windfalls, I think it probably is terminology Mr. West is helpful. I think we probably agree the windfalls, the number of windfalls, there isn't a reduced level of windfalls coming, reliance on windfalls. It's that the need for those windfalls is reducing, that the reliance on windfall sites overall in the plan period goes up.
Do you want to add anything else?
I think we can agree just about on that last point. I
think that just.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, don't know whether I'm coming across very loud or very quietly. I'm not sure. I don't want to add to I don't want to call it confusion, but the issues. But what I thought, Madam, might be helpful is to go back to the questions that you asked in your agenda, question 3A and B. As I have understood it, from discussions today, it is not that there is in fact a greater reliance on windfall sites to meet the revised housing requirement. It is in fact a reduced reliance on windfall. So the question 3A, I understand from the council is in effect misplaced. There isn't a greater reliance on windfall sites in light of the review, and I just wanted to make sure I'd understood that, and therefore you had understood that, Madam. And secondly, 3B, what certainty is that sufficient windfall development will come forward in areas identified to meet the unmet Black Country needs? That again is a misplaced question, because the windfall is directed solely at Shropshire's own needs and or the 500 uplift. And I think that's what I have understood. And I'm very happy to be corrected if I've got it wrong. In terms of the question of how the issue was decided about where windfalls should be allocated, for want of a better word, but I don't, as I said, I don't want to get into too much of the concerns, but I wanted just again to make sure that I'd understood what the difference or what was meant by settlement guidelines. And I looked at GC 45, this is the topic paper, paragraphs 8.4 and 8.5, which describes option 1. So paragraph 8.4 confirms that settlement housing guidelines constitute the level of residential development specifically planned for at a settlement within the plan, and therefore but that in effect meant the level of numbers and housing numbers within the existing sites identified. It didn't mean that the size of the settlement was considered to, or was that the extent of the settlement was increased. It was simply a question of looking at what sites had been identified and whether, for want of a better expression, more could be got out of them in increasing densities. And this is a point that is made in Mr. Hopkins's response both to today's issues and also tomorrow's. So the question about windfall, and I noted what Mr. Corden said about how that was approached, and I believe that it is based upon so identifying the level of windfall, past trends, how the settlements have evolved and how windfall arose there and potential sources of windfall. Those were the 3 points that I had noted. Well, past trends is simply where those windfalls arose. That just tells you, that doesn't tell you about the capacity of those settlements. It just says that's where they were, as a matter of fact. It doesn't tell you anything about whether a settlement should be expanded, and nor does it tell you, well, I don't understand how it can tell you whether an existing allocated site or draft allocated site should be bigger. It just doesn't feed. It's just a question of trend. The business about how the settlement has evolved, again, that is not something that was, as I've understood it in that option 1, which was chosen as the best option, how that was considered. Again, I'm very happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. And then in terms of the potential sources of windfall, that's just out there in the ether, madam. Windfall is windfall. We don't, unless we are talking about sites, these sites that could potentially have been allocated, but are not. But I'm not clear about that. Again, I'm very happy to be corrected if I've got them wrong. But those are the issues that I wanted to raise. And sorry, lastly, SP 7.4. I think Mr. West said that is where one finds the trigger that Ms. Wilson spoke about, where one can find the answer to the question, what if the windfall allocation of a particular settlement is not being met? What you do if a further settlement that has gone beyond its windfall capacity wants to expand there, and I don't want to have the debate, but if that is where it's supposed to be, I would ask you to read it very carefully. Those were all the points I wanted to make.
Thank you. Councillor want to go?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Just in terms of I think the clarification which you're seeking, yes, I think that's about right. So I'm having to turn and talk into my fine, okay, just looking back in my head. Sorry. That is our understanding of the situation. In that, effectively, there's a distinction between the known windfalls and the unknown windfalls, and it's the unknown windfalls which are reducing in that context, in the context of the future delivery and certainty around the plan. So again, getting back to the point here, really, it's about certainty of delivery, isn't it? Really, that's the fundamental point here that we are getting to. Is there certainty of delivery? And we're saying no windfalls. There's more certainty of delivery about those when they are commitments, planning commitments, and approvals, planning approvals. So there is certainty that they will be delivered. There is less certainty, as we all know, about future windfall development, but we feel as though there is compelling evidence to indicate that. I think we do need to take.
And paragraph 71 of the 2021 framework tells us where to look for that compelling evidence. First of all, it tells us to have regard to the strategic housing land availability assessment. So that will identify potential windfalls that don't yet have planning permission. And then it tells us to have regard to historic windfall delivery rates and expected future trends. And that is precisely what this council has done. It has looked at what we are calling, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, known windfalls, because they are either sites with planning permission or sites identified in the SHLA, or they are unknown. And looking at all of that in the round, as the NPPF requires us to do, the council has come up with its planning judgment as to what is likely to be achieved. And it has adjusted its settlement guidelines accordingly, as you've heard. And it is content that the expectation that there will be another 1,500 such sites, such dwellings in the remainder of the plan period delivered. So the council has done precisely what the NPPF tells it to do. Now, some people might not like the judgment the council's reached, but that's what the council's done. Yeah.
Just one of the other points that was made was about what the residential guidelines are for settlements. So just thought it'd be useful just to clarify that. So we've talked about this previously about how each settlement has, in effect, a local requirement allocated to it. The expectation, as dictated in each of the settlement policies, is that that will be achieved through a combination of allocations proposed in the settlement where there are allocations and windfall opportunities that will arise in those settlements. So each of the guidelines has a recognition of the fact that windfall will arise in those settlements. And I think table 8.1 of the Housing and Employment Topic Paper, GC 45, illustrates that in that it identifies the proposed guideline, identifies the completions that have been achieved thus far, contributing towards the achievement of that guideline, identifies the commitments, so sites for planning permission, existing allocations and proposed allocations, and then identifies the windfall allowance as at submission and the windfall allowance as at 31st of March 2023. And the idea is that apart from the fact that it shows the windfall allowance twice just to show the change, all those factors together are expected to contribute towards the achievement of the settlement guideline.
This is one other thing. You may well have examined plans where the only windfalls have been small site windfalls, and that any site of 6 or more is allocated. You may well have done that, and other authorities across the land do that. But that's not the only appropriate strategy. This is an appropriate strategy, even though some assumptions for windfall sites are on sites that are greater than 6 dwellings. It's a combination of the SHLA, what's gone on in the past, the policy framework, and the judgment of the council. That all results in an appropriate strategy.
Was there anything, Ms. Coon, you wanted to come back on before? I've got a couple of questions for the council.
But, Madam, no, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions I think that have not been covered. One is about the SHLA site. So in table 10.1 of the topic paper, it sets out there in G, category G, the SHLA sites. Were those sites known when the plan was drawn up originally? Are there something new that's come on the horizon since the plan was prepared? Or
Is it part J? Is J?
G.
Sorry, G.
Yeah.
G, sorry.
It's the
sorry, last policy map. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, they were known. Yes.
So they were known then, but it was decided not to allocate them.
The view was that those sites are accepted within the SLA because the policy framework facilitates development on them without the need for them to be allocated.
No, that's fine. That's not the question I was asking. Did you
yes,
know
they were
about
known.
those?
Yes, they're drawn from the SLA that was prepared before submission.
Okay. Just let me check if everything else is been covered. Yeah, and I think some of those questions were answered yesterday about whether windfall sites coming forward for residential use will result in a loss of employment land. I think we covered that point yesterday, didn't we? So that covers all my points. I think lots of them have been covered already. Is there anything else before we move on to question 4? No. Okay, so this is about the Black Country unmet housing and employment needs, whether they're justified and appropriate. I think the nature of these sorts of questions means that sometimes by the time we get further down the agenda, we've probably covered some of the topics. So is there anything anybody wants to add that you feel's not already been said about? Miss Reeve, right, okay, just let me move that. So
thank you, Mum. I was just going to make the point, I guess, in terms of the relationship between employment and housing, which is obviously not one we've touched on so far, but for settlements like Shirehall, where the backcountry employment need is proposed to be located because of the functional relationship, and within the SA it talks about strong road and rail links. I'm just keen to understand from the council how that has been applied to employment but not to residential in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this was touched on yesterday. I don't think you was here yesterday, but I'll get the council to answer that question again for the benefit of people that weren't here yesterday.
The first point I'd just make is that all the sites that are identified to accommodate the proposed contributions to the Black Country are located within the reasonable assessment geography that we identified. That was informed by consideration of proximity and transport links, migration and commuting patterns, and travel to work areas. They were then identified through a subsequent site assessment process. In terms of the point about co-location, as we explained yesterday, there is a distinction between the housing contribution and the employment contribution, in that the housing contribution is to facilitate increased migration from the Black Country. So residents will move into Shropshire, and in accordance with our policy framework, will be given an opportunity. Obviously, as with any other residents of Shropshire, we can't force them to work in Shropshire, but they will be given the opportunity to work in Shropshire as part of our labour supply. With regards to commuting, the expectation is that residents will remain in the Black Country and will commute into Shropshire for their employment and then commute back to the Black Country for their place of residence. We feel that there is a clear distinction between the two, and that has been a consideration in the site assessment process. But just to reiterate, it's not an expectation that the 1,500 dwellings and the 30 hectares of employment land are to meet the same needs. It's not that people will live on the sites we're proposing for their migration, the 1,500, and work on the 30 hectares. The expectation is that people will live on the 1,500 and be given an opportunity to work in Shropshire on any employment site in Shropshire, and the 30 hectares will facilitate people commuting into Shropshire from the Black Country, recognising that the Black Country has constraints to land supply, which means it is unable to meet. Our understanding is that they forecast they will be unable to meet their housing and employment needs over the period that we are planning for. In effect, we are providing a double contribution to employment in that we're providing both people with an opportunity to migrate and work in Shropshire and for people to commute into Shropshire.
And what's the council's evidence that that's kind of what the need is, if you see what I mean? So that there's this need for people to travel over the border. It's like a line on a map, isn't it? That to come to work, but then there's still a demand as well for people who want to move lock, stock, and barrel, if you like.
Yeah, effectively, it's our discussions with the Black Country, and they have indicated that through their assessments, they consider that there is unmet employment, housing and employment needs arising in their area, and that's resulted in our proposed contributions.
Apologies, Ma'am. Is the question around the evidence around where the current trends effectively on this?
Clearly you're saying there's two different needs effectively. So there's a need for people, there's a need for jobs for people in the Black Country, and then there's a separate need which is housing and either new jobs or jobs that exist in Shropshire. How's that sort of being quantified, if you like, or no? How do you know what that?
That has arisen through our duty to cooperate engagement with the Black Country authorities, where they have indicated that they have unmet housing and employment needs that are forecast to arise in the plan period. So that's why we're proposing a contribution of both housing and employment, because they consider that they are unable to meet both their housing and employment.
But they're saying they've got employment and housing needs. How do you know the two are not completely connected? That's what I'm kind of getting. Have they said to you, we think there's a need for employment land for people that currently live in the Black Country, plus there's a different need, so it's like two distinct needs? Have they said that to you, that's what they think exists? Or
with respect, that's I don't think is logical. Let's assume that I am a person currently living in the Black Country who needs a job only. If that job is to be provided in Shropshire, then I will commute. Let's assume that I'm a person now who needs both a house and a job. Then I will migrate to Shropshire. And if I go to, say, Shrewsbury, then I will be looking for a job in Shrewsbury or near to Shrewsbury. So what we have not, well, we have not been asked by the Black Country to meet three types of need. We've been asked to meet a need for housing, a need for jobs. We have not been asked to meet a need for housing and jobs.
Yes, that sort of co-locational, because that's one of the things that was raised yesterday, wasn't it? That this geography thing, that it's not, it's not very sustainable to drive from one side, the opposite side of Shrewsbury to Shifnal, say, to work.
That's not the intention, and also it's not how the labour market's going to work. You can't put up a sign at Shifnal saying jobs only for people from the Black Country.
Mom, I don't know if I may be allowed to speak at this point. Sorry, it's me over here. Sorry, I've moved.
Want to come back, Miss Reid?
I think you've done the job for me. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. And Mr. Hill wants to speak, and Mr.
Brogden first, and then Mr. Hill, but it might be worth.
Shall we? Anybody got a preference? I don't know whose thing went up first.
Mr. Brogden.
I want to go next, and I've put my light on. Is that all right?
All right.
No, I mean, Madam, that's exactly my point, that from a sustainability point of view, the co-location of meeting Black Country employment and housing needs in the same place is a key sustainability issue. A Black Country employer moves to Shropshire, its staff want to move with it, and they want to live where the employer has moved to. Hence the absolute key sustainability benefit of a strategic site where you can do both in the same location, all in a place that is convenient for the Black Country, hence the corridor strategy. It's all directly related to the sustainability issue we discussed yesterday. Mr. Richards was just on the verge of agreeing with me before he stopped himself when he realised he was making my own point for
me. Madam, that assumption is that on the employment land, there will be a sign on the land that says, this land is only available to employers moving from the Black Country. People can come to Shropshire who would otherwise have invested in the Black Country, but have been unable to do so because there isn't enough employment land.
I think the point that's been made, though, that if it was located together, then that gives people that choice, doesn't it? So if they're closer together, that gives people that choice. So there's more choice about living and working in the same place.
There's in the locations where we're proposing the housing, there will be employment opportunities. So there's co-location. It's just not in the same co-location as people in this room want it to be. We have considered sustainable areas for the accommodation of the 1,500, and one of those is obviously around the urban strategy, urban focus, which is precisely around trying to reduce commuting of people from their place of home to place of work. There's no opportunity through this process or the planning process that I'm aware of that we can social engineer this to the point of the unmet need being for. I mean, it came up yesterday, didn't it, in the conversation? You asked a specific question of Mr. I think it was Mr. Thomas, I think, about why are you concerned about this being on your the identified housing being part of your client's site. There is no distinction. There's no planning we can do to say that the people on this site have to work in Shrewsbury. We can't do that. We can offer opportunity. I mean, we know this is planners. We're not social engineers at that point. So I think our response to this is we are providing opportunities for co-locating in a sustainable manner, employment and residential, just not in the manner that people want it to be, conveniently with this 1,530 on one site.
Thank you. So I'll come to Mr. Brogden next.
So just in terms of that point, before we go back to sort of question 4, I just want to record really my opinion that the council's explanation and the distinction between migration and sort of commuting is either illogical or artificial. It just doesn't make sense how they're, instead of saying here's two distinct areas and you've just got to ignore one on the other. And I think the point's been made by others, but you can't just assume that one fits into one box and one in another. And that was the point I wanted to make when I originally put my card up. So I've said it, and I'll come back to point 4 when we come round again, if I may.
So you've got another point on point 4.
On point 4, but I just think I suspect others might want to deal with this one first. And
okay,
then...
that's fine. Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Question 4, are the areas identified to meet the Black Country unmet housing and employment needs justified and appropriate? I wasn't at the SA session yesterday, and it may well be this point has been picked up, in which case I'd just like to have a summary of it, but it's going back to the council's evidence to justify it, and I think it's been referred to the site assessment work, which has been undertaken, and that is within the SA, and it's page 245 onwards, where in table 12.1 it lists all the sites that were looked at, and it then categorises those sites by settlement and reference number. And by way of example, my client site at Albrighton is ALB 014, and under the heading overall sustainability, settlement sustainable conclusion, it's good, and overall Black Country contributions sustainability conclusion, good. But then if you scroll all the way down, you'll get to the strategic sites down the bottom, and there you'll find, council may well correct me if I'm wrong in terms of the reference number, but the Ironbridge site is reference IRN 001, and the overall sustainability conclusion is poor. And the overall Black Country contribution sustainability is poor. Yet, it's my understanding of 1,000 dwellings at Ironbridge, 60% of those are a contribution towards the Black Country's needs. So that's 600 dwellings that are directly being attributed to addressing the Black Country's needs. Now, I don't think anyone's saying that's a bad thing for the Ironbridge site to have been consented. It's clearly a good thing, but in relation to where those dwellings are coming from, or the contributions coming from, Based on the council's own evidence, it would appear those aren't the correct. That isn't the correct location. I think we put in our matter statement, Mom, that table is very helpful actually. Now, prior to jumping to the dark side of 18 years ago, I worked for local authorities and policy teams, and that sort of evidence is excellent. It's reasonable, it's proportionate, but it kind of only takes you so far. There's no sort of assessment beyond that, or ranking, or explanation of why a poor site was selected in favour of the good site on this specific topic of its contribution towards the Black Country. So that was my query, Ma'am, is how did the evidence sort of go to the conclusion? Thank you.
I'll ask the council if they can answer that.
And I was just going back on one particular point. Obviously, I think it's this was covered yesterday, but I don't think you're in the room, Mr. Hill. So it was it's the stage 3 assessment of the SA, which effectively brings the considerations together. The SA, we went over this quite a lot yesterday, but I appreciate you putting it in the room. It's effectively 3-stage assessment, 2A, and then a third part of the assessment. It's the third part of the assessment which pulls it all together, essentially, which is documented and gives us the overall considerations, the rationale for inclusion or otherwise. It's all there. That I think is your point about where it stops there. Where's the justification? It's the stage 3 part of the assessment, which is the justification in our view.
Have you seen that, Mr. Hill?
Yeah, I suppose it is more. I haven't seen a ranking assessment as such, unless that I haven't seen it where it says these are the best locations, which is in effect what table that table is in, should be pointing towards.
There's no ranking. He doesn't rank things at stage 3. It's effectively you end up with a recommendation of if it's a greenbelt site, potentially it's retained as greenbelt, propose it for allocation, There's no ranking of 600 sites from 1 to 600 on our view as the best. It's a consideration, a professional consideration at that point.
Just to reiterate the point we made yesterday, which hopefully helps with the clarification, and it effectively aligns with what Mr. Hill was suggesting. Stage 2A of the site assessment that he references, where it looks at the performance of sites against the various SA objectives, is an important consideration within the site assessment process. But as we talked about yesterday, the whole point of stage 3 of the assessment is it looks at wider planning issues that need to be given due consideration, things like greenbelt that aren't reflected in the stage 2A site assessment. Those issues informed by technical assessments that have been undertaken by the council, informed by input from officers from, for instance, highways, ecology, heritage, which look at things in much more detail than the stage 2A site assessment can do because of the nature of the assessment, inform the planning judgment. And stage 3 takes you through that process, the considerations, and then, as my colleague Mr. West has explained, reaches the conclusion, and that gives you the explanation as to what the council's view is in terms of the role of that site or otherwise in the plan. So, yeah.
I think we understood that yesterday, yeah. Mr.
Madam,
sorry.
can I just make one point? This all comes in the question: are the areas for the Black Country need justified? That's a judgment. And you've heard Mr. Charles's judgment in the last half an hour. You've heard Ms. Reeves, you've heard Mr. Hills, you've heard Mr. Corden and Mr. West. But the judgment of the Black Country authorities is clear. If you look in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 5.1c, they say this: the sites identified to accommodate these contributions, that's the 1,500 plus 30, and then they list them, the 3 housing sites and the 2 employment sites, are within an appropriate geography relative to the Black Country, and then this, and are considered appropriate in all other respects for accommodating the unmet need. Whatever the views in the rumour, the Black Country authorities, whose needs are to be met, think that this council has done the job.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Mr. Hill, on any of those points?
Just very briefly, Mum. I mean, in reality, table 12.2 does the job to an extent. It says what's the best sites, what's the worst sites in relation to the contribution to the Black Country. I think it's been referred to. It's then been a professional judgment as to which sites have come forward. Now, I'm not saying that that's inappropriate, but in reality, they needn't produce table 12.2 because they haven't utilised it. It hasn't been used. It's just been a professional judgment as to which sites should come forward to fulfil that need.
Thank you.
I think it's Mr. Bright.
Oh, right. Sorry, you were off my radar to the left here.
Thank you, Mal. It's just a clarification, if I can. So I appreciate we're not going to go back over co-location and the type of unmet need that the Black Country requested, or whether that needed to be a combined co-located housing and employment provision. But I just wanted to understand whether the council had considered the fact that you can't prevent people also moving to Shirehall. So it's the reverse argument that you put forward for the housing. You can't prevent people moving to Shirehall. Has a potential additional demand for housing in Shirehall been accounted for? And whether that would have an effect upon the worsening affordability ratio in that settlement. Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're talking just generality about just people moving to Shirehall, or as part of this specific issue about the 1,500, or is it more of a general point you're making? Sorry.
So the argument the council has put forward is that you don't need to co-locate. That's appreciated. But if you're providing an employment allocation in Shirehall, surely that will lead to an additional demand for housing in that location. Has that been accounted for within the settlement strategy to meet that employment allocation, and or has that considered the worsening affordability ratio if additional demand occurs?
Understand that. I think we're getting into settlement specific points, but I think in terms of that settlement specific point, S15.1 is the Shirehall's development strategy, and you'll have read, obviously, Shirehall, particularly Shirehall, because we are talking about that, has had significant amount of residential development over a number of years. Partly as a result of this council not being able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply about 10 years ago as such. So it sort of faced significant uplift without the sufficient employment. So you've actually seen the reverse. In fact, our settlement strategy seeks to reverse that in some respects. So we have managed growth from residential, but are utilising a significant strategic employment opportunity in a strategically important area to support both the local employment needs and the strategic employment needs of the county and wider area.
But just add that the reason we've identified sites to accommodate the contributions is not because we're artificially saying that those sites are specifically going to be accommodated by people moving from the Black Country. It's to demonstrate that the contribution can be monitored in an effective way and achieved in seeking to positively respond to the findings, the interim findings of the inspectors in ID 28. There's a recognition that obviously we can't control people moving to those sites. Equally, we can't stop them moving to other locations. And I think yesterday we talked about the fact that Shropshire's population growth is entirely driven by migration, including from the Black Country. So there is a recognition of that. But the point of the sites is to demonstrate that the contribution can be effectively monitored. And that's the reason we've identified specific sites in positively responding to the interim findings.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Wilson.
No, it's
no.
Ms. Wilson.
Miss Wilson.
Next up, I think. Sorry, yeah, you all. It's hard to follow, but I think you're next.
Miss Worthington's doing me a list of kind of watching where people. So I've got a list of surnames.
We could do with like some form of light that flashes above our head. Thank you, Mom. So I wasn't going to make any further submissions in regard to this. Obviously, you heard the submissions on behalf of one of my clients, Bonningale Homes, yesterday, made far more eloquently than I could ever do so by David Manley KC. But following the kind of conversation and discussion that has been had today, just picking up on the point that the council have raised insofar as, and quite rightly so, you can't socially engineer and you can't restrict or limit who is going to live and work on a site that is duly identified to meet the needs of the Black Country needs. But the council have, by virtue of the discussions today, effectively and quite rightly taken the position that they are not looking to co-locate employment and housing development. By the very logic of this, the residents that are being displaced from the Black Country and needing to seek accommodation or housing within Shropshire are by the council's logic, therefore going to travel back to the Black Country to work. And so whilst the council can't socially engineer, and nor should they be seeking to do so, that they do have the ability to allocate the sites with the strongest functional and geographic distance to the Black Country. So effectively, sites where there is strong road links and train links. Appreciate that this is something that the council have looked at, but the simple matter of the fact is that some of the sites that the council have identified to meet this unmet need are 30 minutes away, 30 miles away from the area in which people are, by their own logic, expected to travel to work. We're all very alive to the fact that there are sites that are better located in the context of ensuring a sustainable pattern of development and travel. There are sites such as my client Bonningale Homes' land at Albrighton that is a mere 8 miles from Wolverhampton, which we are taking as a proxy for the Black Country again. And indeed, my Gleeson Lands site at Baston Hill, whilst further away, it is easier to access Baston Hill and the train links there than what it is for residents of the Shrewsbury site to access trains. So effectively, the council's logic being, we're not co-locating, people will travel back to the Black Country. So surely logic would dictate that you locate that where there is going to be the least impact in terms of the impacts on travel and commuting.
Thank you. I don't know, do I need to come back to the council? I think there's similar points being made.
Yeah, I think we've probably covered that. I think my colleague, Mr. Corden, wants to get something off his chest, so I'll let him do that.
I'm just slightly puzzled by Miss Wilson's position that Baston Hill is obviously a settlement that adjoins Shrewsbury. Her submission is
it doesn't adjoin Shrewsbury.
It's
we don't want Baston Hill in the room.
it's in close proximity to Shrewsbury, with a very important green gap between the two settlements.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's a private chat. Sorry.
Advocating that a site in Baston Hill is more sustainable than a site at Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury is obviously the strategic centre of Shropshire. The rail station for Baston Hill is in Shrewsbury. We are proposing a site to meet the Black Country needs at Shrewsbury, which we consider is entirely appropriate. It's in the assessment geography we've identified.
Thank you.
It is Mr. Maxfield.
Yeah, I'm conscious that we've got lots of people still want to speak. Is there anything? Is it really important? The point?
No, absolutely not. It's just a very brief point to say that yes, noted in regard to all of those points. What I will say is that we are very much going to differ in terms of our understanding about the ability to connect to rail facilities. I maintain that it is easier for residents living in Baston Hill to access the rail station to get back to the Black Country than what it would be for those that will be allocated. So those that would be living on the allocated sites.
Thank you. Mr. Maxfield.
Thank you, Ma'am. A couple of points. So on Mr. Richards's comment about the statement of common ground and the confirmation from the Black Country authorities that it's an appropriate strategy, that needs to be taken in context of the state that the state that the Black Country authorities are in preparing their evidence and their own local plans. And we do not know, we do not have evidence before us of the specific labour market requirements. Is it all 1,500 houses that are needed to serve jobs that houses cannot be provided for in the Black Country? Is there a specific requirement and detailed requirement about the nature of the employment site, such that it is everyone outside of the outside of Shropshire that would be accessing that site? So while they seem to be very affirmative justification for supporting Shropshire's approach, it does need to be seen in context of the plan making position. So that's the first thing. And the next point is related to the fact that it isn't simply a black and white situation, jobs or homes. We're required to establish a functional relationship, and those people who are going to move into parts of Shropshire away from the Black Country will still maintain cultural family connections. So therefore, connectivity to the Black Country is at the top of the list of priorities and must be considered and given much greater weight. And it would not be beyond it would not be a very difficult conclusion to come to. If you were working in the Black Country, probably even Google would spew out for you that the top place to live, if you continue to work in the Black Country, would be Shirehall, because such as my client Morrison Company's site on the edge of Shirehall, it's a 4-minute cycle ride into the station, 15 minutes, and you're stepping off the platform into Wolverhampton station. Likewise, in Shirehall, if you do take up the employment opportunity that is provided on the sites that are allocated, then having saved yourself the commute into Wolverhampton or wherever in the Black Country during the week, you may well decide that you want to continue those relationships that you have with the Black Country. Maybe you're meeting your grandmother or doing whatever it is that you've enjoyed doing for your earlier part of your life in the Black Country. So that functional relationship needs to be taken seriously and not considered simply in terms of working in Shropshire, because actually, or living or working in Shropshire, if you still live in the Black Country, it is social engineering to say, right, well, your options are obviously. I know what the council is saying about we can't control where they live, but if the options are to live either in Ironbridge or Shrewsbury, then you're severing your links to the Black Country from where you have originated from.
Thank you. If there's anything really to add on that, is I think similar points to what been made.
No, I don't think there's anything more we need to add to that point. I
think it's
Mrs. Coombe.
Madam, I'm conscious that this is coming to the end of this particular point, and that I had the opportunity to make submissions yesterday, very similarly. But the question that you ask, quite rightly, is, forgive me, is whether the areas identified to meet housing and employment are justified and appropriate. The areas, and this is the point Mr. Richards made, well, the areas have been justified by the council, and he points to the statement of common ground that was recently agreed. The sites that have been identified, however, based upon all that we have heard, Madam, you are drawn inevitably to the conclusion that the council is content to identify sites that are supposed to attract Black country housing need that has less connection to the Black country than other sites. And that, Madam, we would submit, cannot be a proper justification for those sites, because that is the conclusion as a matter of logic and common sense. And that is where the council's strategy falls down, because they have deliberately chosen sites where it can be seen that the connections to the Black country are worse than other sites. So that is where I think we've got to. Thank you. Again,
I think we've responded to that, and you've heard our view on the matter.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mark. Obviously, my client site is somewhat in there is a spotlight in this room. It's a little bit under the spotlight in respect of this matter. I'm not going to obviously go what I said yesterday, but just to reinforce that our position is obviously we disagree that Shrewsbury is an appropriate location to accommodate this need for all the points that have already been made today and yesterday. But I'd like to just come back, if I may, just very briefly to Mr. Hill's point. I would certainly echo and endorse the comments made in respect to the table, is that ultimately, if the council can go to the trouble of producing that table, and yes, it's very helpful then subsequently not to use it to select sites, that seems to me to be a slightly unusual position. So if you apply that logic to our site, and if you follow the thread, Martin, what the council are essentially saying is that Shrewsbury is an appropriate location. We agree to disagree, but then if it is selected our site to accommodate 20% of the overall housing need for the Black country, as opposed to any other preferred site allocation in the town. That seems to me to be rather peculiar when ultimately Shrewsbury is the top of the settlement hierarchy in the county. It's got a range of employment and infrastructure opportunities. And I just simply don't follow that logic when there are other allocated or preferred site allocations in the town that score better as a contribution to the Black country sustainability. And ours seems to have been picked over others and relying upon a balanced planning judgment when that evidence and understanding just simply isn't there in our mind.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think we would just say that there's concern raised about lack of consideration for the middle bit of the SA process, the 2A process. That's, in our view, that's not the case. It has been considered as part of that process in the round with the wider considerations in stage 3. So that's our position on the matter.
Thank you. Ms. Mulliner, I think you're next.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just very quickly, I think there has been a slight conflation of the issues here. The Black country unmet employment need does have a particular locational and operational requirements. The unmet housing need is not necessarily ring-fenced for the economically active population. It covers the whole spectrum of our population, and it's not just employment. And so there is a particular employment need, there is a particular unmet housing need the latter of which is not restricted to needing to be co-located in that sense with the housing.
Thank you. It's a different point. I don't think it really needs a reply.
No, we're no in the no.
Mr. Brogdon, did you want to come back?
Yes, sorry, just a quick final point. The recent statement of common ground from the Black Country authorities stated that the employment needs were not established. And so dealing with your question whether the needs are justified and appropriate, I'm not sure how they can be when the Black Country is saying they actually don't know what they need at the moment. But even if you took the 30 hectares, which seems to be sort of dealt with as a fait accompli, I don't understand why we're now allocating 39 hectares of land for employment purposes. So dealing with your question of whether it's justified and appropriate, logically says it can't be if, even if you take the 30 hectares as needed, why are the council allocating effectively 130% of what's needed, in their opinion? I'm not sure it is needed because the Black Country authorities are saying they don't know what's needed yet. But the local authority have adopted that and then taken 130%. And that seems completely to fly in the face of what you're asking, of whether it's appropriate or justified.
Thank you. It's a different point, I think, to what's been.
Yeah, well, just in terms of the point about the 39 hectares, that's what's been promoted as the land promotion, and so it's 30 hectares from the 39 is the proposal. That's why it's framed in that manner.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody who wants to say anything else on matter 4? And we'll take a quick break. Just wave your hand in the air if you think I've missed you. No. So, Mr. Hodson.
I think just following the infrastructure question we raised earlier, or issue, it's unclear for the Bridge North Place Plan area that's taking part of the unmet need. The costing that's being done is local to the sites. But what costing has been done to look at the actual transit routes between, for argument's sake, Bridge North and Wolverhampton? What's the impact there of 600 homes worth of travel?
Talking about infrastructure costs.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's probably a different session. We've got a session on next week on viability assessments and infrastructure.
So how is that being factored into the assessment of where the unmet need goes? Because at the moment within the plan, there doesn't seem to be any costing allocated to improving the network to Wolverhampton, and Bridge North has only got a steam train. So yeah.
Okay, I suspect the answer is it hasn't, but
I think the point would be there's an expectation that the development of that site, alongside any other site, would be informed by a highway impact assessment, which would identify any improvements to the infrastructure required and the draft policy requirements for that site, recognise that those improvements will be delivered. So effectively, the evidence will dictate the infrastructure improvements required to the highway network. The site promotion has been informed by initial highway assessment work, which has identified where improvements will be required. That obviously will be updated as part of any future planning application process for the site.
Thank you. That answers your question a bit. Sometimes these questions are better dealt with as well if you've got queries like that, maybe with the council direct. It maybe help you on things like that sometimes. Okay, so it's 3:10. We've still got 2 questions to go, but hopefully they're not. I think we've probably covered a lot of the points. So if we just have a break for 15 minutes until 3:25, just a bit of a comfort break, and then we'll come back. Feel free to, if you feel like you've dealt with everything you want to do, we won't be offended if you want to disappear now and do something more exciting. In the pouring rain, yeah, what could be more exciting? Okay, so till 3:25. Thank you.
if we come back and start considering question 5, which is the council relying on windfall sites to meet the revised employment land requirement? And if so, is this sound? So it's a similar question to question, it's a new question on the agenda, and it's a similar question to the question 3 relating to housing, but phrased differently. So really, it's a question for the council to start with. Is there a reliance on windfall sites to meet the revised employment land requirement? Because page 10 of the topic paper seems to suggest it is, and I'm just checking that that's correct.
Just bear with us 1 second, Ma'am. Okay. So can you just remind me which bits you were referring to there, Ma'am?
Page 10.
Page 10 of the topic paper. I think that indicates that the 20 hectare employment land, just the uplift, if we start.
The position is the uplift will okay. The position is that the employment land requirement, there is sufficient employment land supply proposed to accommodate that uplift. So I think there has been in terms of how that supply is made up. Obviously, again, this is since the beginning of the plan up to 2020, which was the last published monitoring information. We've obviously provided. We've obviously have sought to build out some of our employment, and that some of that has been on windfall land, because it's that land which is not proposed, hasn't been proposed in a previous local plan. So it's been on windfall, but it's been on known windfall development because we now know where it is. Looking forward, in terms of future windfall, there we consider there's not a reliance on windfall because there is sufficient employment land supply in our supply to cater for the 20 hectare uplift.
So if you're answering 5 specifically, is there any reliance on windfall sites to meet the employment land requirement?
Should bear with me, Mark. Okay.
It helps, like it's more precisely on the topic paper. It's 2.26 and 2.27 on page 10.
So the council's position is that we are not reliant on windfall in order to achieve the employment requirement as a minimum. So the requirement currently is that we would deliver 320 hectares as a minimum. We actually have a supply of 413 hectares, and the majority of that is allocated sites. Within the supply at 413, we have permissions for 102 hectares. Of that, 36 hectares are on saved allocations, and we have 66 hectares on windfall sites. Now, in our supply, we're relying on that 66 hectares. That is our windfall provision. The remainder of the supply is allocations. We put an addendum statement forward which has revised both the requirement and the supply. So the requirement has had the completed development removed from it. So over the remainder of the plan period, we need to deliver 270 hectares. The supply itself has had SHR 166 removed at 45 hectares. And again, we would remove the completed development of 50. So our requirement would drop to 318. So a supply of 318 against a requirement of 270 means that we have a buffer of 50 hectares.
I'm conscious we will get into all of that in matter 4.
Right.
No,
Right.
that's fine. That's where that sits. On the uplift, so it's paragraph 2.27 of the topic paper. Is that uplift just on employment being, what's the word, met by windfall as suggested in 2.27? That's all. It's quite a narrow point.
No, no, as far as we see, the 20 hectares can be absorbed by the settlement guidelines and the land that's been put forward to meet those guidelines.
So it's a yes on that then.
The option you're referring to is settlement guidelines and windfall allowances. So two together, we are relying on settlement guidelines in meeting the employment requirement. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah. So it's a slightly confusing picture because windfall allowances here are, I don't want to confuse matters any more than it is, but the windfall allowance issue here is we have our supply, and I think it is relevant, and I think it is probably helpful to refer to the matter 4 addendum here, if that's okay to do that, because I think it is useful to do that, where it shows the breakdown of the strategic employment land supply. So it's the matter 4 addendum of the council, which is obviously on the matters page. So are we? Sorry, I'll bear with you. Sorry. Yeah. 17.1, yeah, strategic employment land supply at 31st of March 2020.
Yes, so some of the permissions that would contribute towards that additional 20, some of those are windfalls, but they're already sites that are in the supply, so they're known, they're identified through the consent. The remainder of that 20 would actually be made up by simply being absorbed by the existing allocations that we've made, both in the saved list and proposed now in the submission plan. So there is no requirement. We have a 20 hectare uplift. There is no requirement for us to wait for any windfall sites to come forward. We can cover it by allocations.
Okay, so is this the similar situation to the housing where we've got the known windfall and the unknown windfall? Are we?
I think it is that distinction, yes, Marma, but in this context, we have known windfall. That is the
say that again.
Known windfall, which is the completions and approvals, which are in the table. It's 17.1. An element of that has been through windfall development, but it's known windfall because it's on sites which have got approval and are commitments since 2016. What Mr. Calvin is saying is that in terms of meeting the overall 320 proposal, there is no more reliance on any more unknown windfall to come through the plan. So it's again, it's that definition of known windfall versus unknown windfall. In this context, unlike residential, where there is what we would consider a relatively small, I suppose reliance on unknown windfall. In this context, there is not a reliance on unknown windfall because we can consume that within the proposed sites we have allocated within either the saved allocations or the emerging allocations.
So if we put unknown in before windfall on question 5, then it's a no.
Yes, correct.
I've got questions on 5A, but rather than I'll go around and see if anyone's got questions just on 5. Mr. Kells.
Thank you, ma'am. And I didn't say anything on item 4 because I would have repeated what I said yesterday. I'd like that noted on the Black Country issue. I would have simply repeated what I said yesterday, but the same point applied as yesterday to point 4. Can I just ask because I was looking at this, can I just ask in regard to table 15.1 of GC 45, just for clarity, we may come back to this on this, which is the proposed settlement guidance land supply of employment land, and it has the proposed settlement guidance of 375, urban land supply of 357, capability of 33. Now, I assumed, as with the housing, that windfall capability was a rounding up exercise to get to the number of the proposed settlement guidance, and therefore were not windfalls that were known windfalls. So I just wanted to confirm, given what was said before, just so I understand the position. Are these in the 66 known windfalls, or are these something different? Is this a different process? Because I'm slightly uncertain of the relationship, and I'd just like that confirmed, and then I'll understand the position. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. So the settlement guidelines came out of the preferred option for the growth and distribution of development. What happens in table 15.1 is we just compare our land supply position with that early indication of what the settlement guidelines would be. Those settlement guidelines are now in the settlement policies, and it just gives an indication of what could continue to happen in those principal settlements. So in the submission plan, we said that the original 300 employment requirement was going to be around. It's now become a minimum, and that gives an indication of how we might be able to get up above that 320 and continue to deliver employment development.
So I suppose on the factual point, and sorry to be pedantic, but does that mean that this 33 windfill capability is above the figures you were discussing in your addendum to matter 4, which we'll come back to? I haven't looked at yet. So is this another 33 on top, or is that 33 the same numbers there? Because that would then increase employment land by another 33. I'm slightly confused. I'm sorry to speak for clarity.
It's on top. And so what we, we are also working with our economic growth colleagues. They wish to market their county as an investment location. We want to make sure that when applications are coming in, particularly later in the plan period, that things are not being refused simply because we've met an artificial number. We want to be able to continue to provide jobs by attracting investment.
So if I understand that correctly, that means that we need to look at the addendum figures, and then we need to add a further 33 hectares onto that, which would potentially be unknown windfalls, which would be to meet the windfill capability of these proposed settlement guidance and therefore is within the plan figures.
I'm not sure about that. I had understood that the first two columns in table 17.1, so the completions and the permissions, because I think we've queried this, did include windfalls were included within those two descriptions. So can you just be certain whether the 33 in table 15.1 are on top? Because really, I suppose with that coming after that, you would expect them to be reflected.
The known windfalls are in the second column, the urban land supply.
In which?
The 30. Yeah, 50, what?
Yeah, so
in table 15.1, the second column, urban land supply, that contains the known windfalls that with consent. The windfall capability is where it is the difference between the supply in the particular settlements and the settlement guideline in the settlement policy. Now, with the removal of SHR 166, we lose 45 hectares from the supply. So that 33 could be would help to absorb some of that 45 that we've lost.
Okay, so we are saying that 33, I mean, I might be simplifying, but that's where the question's gone with it, is that the 33 hectares in table 15.1 at the bottom right should be considered on top of any windfalls in 17.1.
Well, in addition,
a different thing.
What was not included in that table, of course, is that supplies indicated around 350, total supplies 413. So what's not included in that table is the rural element of our land supply. So whilst it says that there's an additional 33, in fact, we've got an additional 50 plus not counted in that table in rural locations. So we have already met that 33. It's part of our larger supply.
I think some of the confusion here is the difference between meeting the requirement and the overall supply of land.
We are still in requirement here.
Yeah, we are focusing on requirement, where I think actually what we're talking about is actually supply. I think there's been a difference of it's our fault on this one. I think hence why I think your question is, are we reliant on? I think your question is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are we reliant on unknown windfall to meet the uplift to the employment requirement? So can we meet it, which is the 320? Yeah. Okay. The answer to that question is no, we are not reliant on unknown windfall to meet the 320. The completions and permissions, which are captured in 17 points, the table in the addendum, envoy addendum, those include known windfall, which has happened. So the overall figure of 320 has included windfall, but that's known windfall.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
Well, it answers enough to say that really we should be in this so deep at matter 4 rather than here for me. I think you've answered question 5.
I would agree. I think matter 4 is probably the bit short.
Rather than back and are we able to part that from matter 4?
Yeah, could I part that? That's not my substantive point. That was what I wonder if it would be helpful if we could have something that kind of clarified that a bit, because I have to say I am still a little confused as to the various approaches to this. Can I just deal with what the substantive point I want to make on this? That was to clarify it, because it was from this table. I wanted to just refer you to, I mean, our view is that the employment land has been over estimated in terms of what is needed. And part of that is to do with the nature of it. Now, in 15.1, we have that windfall capability, and we've talked about windfalls. I just wanted to take you to paragraph 15.24 of GC 45. Because there they say, consequently, there is a constant, and this is about how land is coming forward, why land is coming forward for employment. And we may come back on this on 4, but it's particularly relevant to this question. Consequently, there is a constant and significant recycling of previously developed land, existing employment floor space, and suitable rural premises for employment use. And then they go on to say, development of such sites often represents windfall employment development, and settlement guidelines provide for this development. And one of the points about that is that because sites are being reused for employment use, and this is quite common, because and sites are out of date, new sites are bought in, those sites then become windfall sites. So there is a significant windfall supply within the system. And I wanted to briefly take you, it may be that you want to look at this at your leisure before we come back on matter 4, but it's useful to just go back to the EDNA. I appreciate the figures in the EDNA may be out of date, but the principle is demonstrated very clearly. If one goes to paragraph 8.91, and with time today, you probably won't want to do it today, but if you go to table 8.17 of the EDNA, you can see the extent to which the employment relies on lost replacement, and in the EDNA there's some explanation as well about how this is coming about because employment land is out of date, people need new premises, whatever. And this lost replacement is a very large amount of the scenarios that are basically creating this this need. And of course, the past take-up rate, which is in the EDNA was 234 employment hectares, which is roughly what has led to the 250 hectares in the plan, that a large amount of that comes from the need for lost replacement, a significant amount. So the point that I would like to make in regard to this, and we come back to the question of whether the employment land figures, as we say, they're taking the highest figures, that you would expect, because of the nature of the kind of employment land that they are actually needing, that a significant amount of that could come on windfall sites, for the simple reason that sites where people move on effectively from a site, from a building which is out of date to a modern building, become available. Some of them will go to housing, of course, but a significant amount of those will come back into the system as windfall sites, and they explain exactly how they will come back into the sites as windfall sites in paragraph 15.24 of the GC 45. So in as much as they're not relying on windfall sites because they have supply above what they need, and there's some question mark about that, which you'll come back to on individual sites. In as much as there will be, in our view, a significant amount coming through windfalls simply by the nature of what they say they need in terms of employment land through this process of what's commonly called churn. So that was the point I wanted to make. As I say, the table is table 8.17, and we may refer back to it on matter 4.
Would you like to respond on that?
So, yes. Can we go back to table 17.1 in the matter 4 statement? Because that's the way pictorially we can see, I think, the answer to your question. we know that the requirement we're aiming at for present purposes is 320, which includes the uplift. And what this tells us in Shropshire, top line, is that there is a supply of 368 if you look at the 4 components mentioned in that table. That's to say completions, permissions, and then the 2 types of allocation, either SAMDEV allocations or proposed allocations. So that tells you that we do not, other than windfalls which were completions or permissions, i.e. known windfalls, we do not rely on unknown windfalls for any part of that 320. Going back to what GC 45 table 15.1 tells us, that tells us a slightly different thing, different story. That is looking at urban land supply, whereas the previous table was looking at all supply. And what this tells you actually doesn't add to the sum total of your knowledge. What you really need to focus on to answer question 5, it may be different when we come to matter 4, but to focus on your question that you asked in this matter, question 5, are we looking at any unknown windfalls? The answer is no.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. It doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think it gets to the heart of what Mr. Kells was talking about, but it helps me with my question. So I think
what Mr. Kells says is there may be more because of churn.
I think churn is not necessarily a windfall, is it? Because churn it's an employment site that becomes a different employment site.
Yeah, I think I was just going to make the point that yes, there's churn, but there's also there's, and we'll come on to this in matter 4, I'm sure, but you know, the council's approach is that we have proposed policies which do offer the opportunity for further windfall employment opportunity. What we're saying is we are not reliant upon that to meet the requirement. If there is a windfall site which meets that policy, and particularly looking in the context of 320 being a minimum, that policy could look favourably on further windfall opportunity, but we're not reliant upon windfall to meet that need.
You just turn your microphone off, Mr. Kells.
I think it's Mr. Munro.
I'm back to the churn issue on that.
Well, I think we're not discussing that now. I think we've clarified that the point that is really for the council to answer this question particularly.
Mr. Munro, are you okay?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Just take a bit of advice, I guess, before I start speaking. We've been caught slightly on the hop following the deletion of site SHR 166. Now, I know there's a question on that, the matter 4 session next week, but there's kind of overlap between effectively the implications for that, but kind of our views on windfall sites meeting employment land supply more generally. I mean, are you happy for me just to sort of speak, and if you think I'm straying offline, then you can cut me off, or?
Yeah, I mean, if it's about windfalls and employment,
it's about windfalls more generally, but it's kind of with a specific focus on Shrewsbury, so it's kind of using that as the sort of lens through which to make a point, if that's okay. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I mean, just to look at the question first and foremost, is the council relying on windfall sites to meet the revised employment land requirement, and if so, is this sound? Now, kind of rephrase that, is the council relying on windfall sites to meet the employment land requirement at Shrewsbury? Now, it is doing so now, and that approach obviously isn't sound. I mean, in terms of where we're at, I mean, effectively, we've now, as of Friday, found that there's a 45 hectare site, which I think I'm correct in saying is the largest employment site in the whole of Shropshire. That's probably right. I mean, it's by the by.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's by the by. It's a big one. So obviously that's punched a huge hole in the planned supply, not the windfall supply, but the planned supply, and a massive hole in Shrewsbury's supply specifically. I mean, I just want to look at the sort of the what policy S 16.1 says for Shrewsbury. I mean, it describes it as a strategic centre, sets out development figures of 800.
Right, I am going to stop you because we're on. It's supposed to be about requirements.
I get that. I'll get okay. So the requirement, because obviously Shrewsbury has its own specific requirement of 100 hectares. I mean, once again, that's a requirement point within the 320 hectares, and obviously that's a large component of Shropshire's requirement. Effectively, our point is that the strategy, as of Friday, and as I say, we've had to sort of think on our feet a little bit on this one, but as of Friday, is now deficient. Now it is over-reliant in the specific case of Shrewsbury on windfall development, and that approach is not sound. Now, windfall, I mean, just to explore windfall in the context of employment land, aside from housing land, it's a slightly different, well, it's not slightly, it's an entirely different beast. So looking at windfall as a consequence, for housing land, you effectively have a figure. You have sites that come forward and 50 houses chalk 50 houses off the overall requirement. For employment land, to rely on windfall sites, it's impractical. Effectively, we've made representations towards the first round of matters way back in May 2022. We made comments on policies at SHR 15 through to 17, is that correct? 14 through to 16. But effectively, the council's windfall policies for employment. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if we reach a point where you agree that there actually is reliant on windfall to meet employment needs, then there's two things have got to happen. Well, one thing's got to happen, certainly. There's got to be a far greater level of flexibility built into those policies. Now, I think we've made the point that now Shrewsbury is 90% reliant in meeting its residual supply on windfall opportunities. So effectively, there's a 50 hectare requirement for the remainder of the plan period. 5 hectares have been allocated, 45 is still to be found. Now, if you take it in the context of Shrewsbury as a strategic centre for growth, one where the council effectively says that they're deliberately taking an approach to allocate at the town rather than allow windfall opportunities to come forward due to its importance, it renders a large part of the council's strategy fundamentally unsound. I think that's the key point. We can expand on it next week at the Matter 4 sessions. There will be some duplication, but I think just in the context of Shrewsbury, there's a really important point to grapple there, I feel.
Thank you. Would you like to come back on that?
Yeah, I think agree. Matter 4 is the time to have that conversation. The reason why we produced the Matter 4 addendum was to perhaps aid that conversation at Matter 4, really. Trying to prompt the inevitable questions that we knew others would have and you would have as well on that. And so I suppose going back to the question obviously being asked here is, I think you're asking the question in the context of the overall employment requirement, and we've answered that in the context of individual guidelines for settlements for Shrewsbury. Yes, Shrewsbury would be reliant on some degree of windfall in order meeting the proposals for Shrewsbury, but that's not the same as the county-wide position. So I think that there's a distinction there, and I think probably Matter 4, unless you wanted to talk about it now, obviously, I mean, your hand's a little bit on that.
No, I think Matter 4 is where that's it. Okay, Mr. Brogden, I think you're next.
Okay, the comment I'd like to make is just, I don't see how it can be sound to have effectively a fundamentally different methodology for dealing with windfall sites for employment land compared to housing land. Surely the same approach has to be adopted for both types of development in order for the plan to be sound.
Have you got any more detail on that in terms of what you think the differences are?
Yes, purely and simply, I think if I've written down correctly, because there's an over provision of employment land, Shropshire County Council's view is they don't need to consider unknown windfalls or future windfalls in their assessment, whereas when they were dealing with housing land, they have dealt with it. So I don't see how they can sort of chop and change their methodology or approach to windfall numbers, if I use that language, because it deals with employment and housing, to suit their circumstances. So if they're adopting the same approach as they were for housing, then it should be taken into account, or vice versa. But they seem to be just cherry picking what suits their purposes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand the point, but I will try to answer. The fundamental separation between the two is the product of the supply we have in our employment land, in the fact that we do not need, we are not reliant. It is a mathematical fact. We are not reliant upon unknown windfalls to meet our overall employment requirements. Yeah, just as I said, so whilst the option on the table that was assessed and utilised is the same, I would again we are relying on settlement. It's the guidelines in the settlement which will drive the delivery of the employment on this one. We just simply, the question is about, are we reliant on windfall? And the answer is no, we're not. And that's because of a mathematical exercise we've undertaken, which shows that we have sufficient supply in terms of saved, allocate or proposed saved sites in the current plan and emerging and in the emerging plan, as well as the permissions that we've granted since the beginning of the plan in 2016. So I don't think I understand the point in that we're just not reliant upon it because of a mathematical fact. In the fact we are reliant upon, to some degree, some unknown windfalls for residential because of the maths that are applied. But that reliance is very small in our context.
Perhaps for me to try and clarify, Mark, you've stated there's no provision, and we'll no doubt come back to that in metaphor, but because you've not taken into account unknown windfalls, you actually don't know how much that over provision is in terms of you not adopting the same methodology as you were for housing. So if you took into account the unknown windfalls, I think the 50 hectares that was stated earlier would inevitably go up. What we don't know is by how much, and that comes into both whether you should be allocating sites and whether you should be safeguarding land. My point at this stage in terms of this matter is you're adopting a different methodology, and therefore I don't see how that can be considered sound, which directly to the question, is it sound or not? There is this cherry picking of approach to suit circumstances. We'll come on to matter 4 in terms of the actual allocations and the employment land and safeguarding land in due course.
Okay, well, I think in how councils seek to deliver housing and employment land is not the same on that. I think it is perfectly reasonable to offer a separate approach for either one on that one. I don't really follow the point about why that's a soundness issue. I'll be honest, but
that's fine. I've heard that point, and I think that's one for us to take away. So is that everybody on 5? So 5A is the similar question to that was asked about housing. Would a greater reliance on windfalls to meet the revised employment land requirement deliver sites in accordance with the plan's spatial approach of maximising new development in urban areas? I think we have been over and around this in different ways, but I'll give the council in the first instance a chance to answer that one.
this in the delivery of further delivery of windfall, the council would be relying on policies SP 13 and SP 14. In SP 13, we make clear in paragraph 6E that all windfall employment development will be distributed according to the strategic approach in policy SP2. In SP2, point 5, SP25, we make it clear there that specifically development should be delivered in Shrewsbury as a strategic centre. Principal and key centres will accommodate significant employment development, and strategic settlements will also provide further employment development. So further windfall development would be guided by policies and to have an urban focus in accordance with the vision and strategy of the political plan. SP 13.6 makes it clear that employment windfall development could extend to major development schemes, including inward investment, and where those proposals satisfied SP 13, then the decision-making process will be referred to SP 14, where development will be required to accord with the strategic corridors. In relation to that, SP 14.3 requires that development should follow a sequential preference. So again, Shrewsbury or the principal or key centres, so reiterating SP2, strategic sites and on appropriate windfall sites, which should be located close to main settlements or on brownfield sites, and in exceptional circumstances on greenfield sites. So the council is confident that where further employment windfall sites were brought forward, they would accord with the vision and strategy, and that would be an urban focused approach first.
I just made a point, just making sure we're not conflating issues here. Just again, Mr. Calvin's talking about the potential for further windfalls on top of requirements there. The question, would a greater reliance on windfalls to meet the revised employment line requirement? As we've said, we don't feel as though we are reliant on windfalls. This is, what Mr. Calvin's actually said, it probably gets to the heart of another Matter 4 question, which Mr. Monroe's raised about the nature of the windfall policy and perhaps the generosity of the windfall policy, which perhaps that's something we want to come on to in due course. But just to make sure people are clear that in terms of meeting the revised employment line requirements, this council or this plan is not reliant on additional unknown windfalls at this stage because of the sites we have from the SAMDEV and the emerging site allocations we are proposed, and that's the case even with the proposed removal of SHR 166 from the process. There is a question around meeting the individual settlement guidelines, but I think your question here is about overall guidelines. But obviously that's a slightly separate issue.
That's fine, thank you. So it's Mr. Monroe.
Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming this question is predicated on if the council has to meet requirements through windfalls.
Yeah, because it's sort of been, because of the response to question 5, then 5A in some ways.
It sort of runs on a little. I mean, I think it's kind of, as I say, it's back to the practicalities of how likely is it that windfall sites with employment uses will come forward under the proposed framework, but just more generally, because so I represent Monroe Combs. We're promoting on their behalf site 19 SHR 197, which is up at Battlefield Roundabout. It's an employment site, which we have actually worked with officers to a degree to bring it forward through the development management process. And that's the existing policies, which have similar allowances to the emerging policies. One of the main ones is that to allow the site to come forward as a windfall opportunity, there's a requirement to identify a named operator, which is kind of fair. It effectively says there's a demand, we're going to meet this demand. The difficulty is that named operators don't really stick around unless they're provided with certainty. So if you have somebody signed up, they'll say, we'll give you a year to get plan permission, or we'll give you a year to get some sort of certainty, whether it's an allocation. To require that to allow the windfall site to come forward is unduly onerous, because effectively investors want certainty. And they can't have certainty if you're working together on a speculative planning application. So, you know, in short, the question is, you know, would a greater reliance on windfalls meet the employment? Well, it wouldn't, because it's not guaranteed the policies would work. And even if you actually get promoters and investors and companies seeking to locate that align, even then you have a very, very limited opportunity to snare that investment opportunity. Otherwise, there's allocations elsewhere that are unfulfilled in other districts and other counties where they could equally say, well, it's plugged into the local road network, we can go there instead. In short, it's a windfall strategy to meet housing need is justified, because there's always a demand for housing. There's always a developer who would like to build on a greenfield site because they know people will move into those houses. It is simply not an appropriate strategy to meet employment land need. If there's an employment land figure in the council, obviously propose that actually that figure is being met by allocations in any event. We differ, certainly in terms of Shrewsbury, we differ. But if there is an employment land target, it needs to be almost directly met by allocations, because they provide the certainty in terms of location and in terms of investment opportunity for effectively companies to relocate to Shropshire, which is obviously one of their key aims.
Okay. I think these are things we'll be coming back to, but if you've got anything you want to add now.
No, I'm just looking at the questions you had on matter 4, and I think they do get to the heart. And I think obviously I take it you're involved in matter 4, Alex. Yeah, fine, absolutely. So obviously I would obviously concur with Mr. Monroe's comments there about windfall in the context of residential. Perhaps we differ slightly on windfall for employment, but happy to have the discussion under matter 4.
Okay, thank you.
So move on to question 6. I think we principally put this on the agenda because to try and help people who seem confused, if you like, in their statements. I think we know the answer to the question, but there was lots of confusion around safeguarded land arising from and allocating greenbelt land arising from this Black Country reallocation, if you like. So as we understand it, there's no, as a result of allocating sites for Black Country need, as we understand it, there's no more land being taken out of the green belt than before, and no more land being safeguarded than before. It's just a title differently, if you see. Does that make sense? Have we got that right?
Yes, that is the case. Yes, so that there's no more greenbelt land being proposed to be removed from the greenbelt, either for allocation or otherwise, as a result of that. As you said, it's about as you said, yeah.
And there's no other safeguarded land issues arising from those additional documents that you've produced and things. That's our understanding, but we just wanted to check it because I think some people had got confused. I think it maybe arose from there was a footnote under one of the tables, I think, that maybe caused confusion. I think it was, yeah. It's about the further 10.4 hectares of safeguarded land. I think some people have thought that was an additional 10.4, but that was there before. For Shirehall.
Which table? Sorry, Mark.
It was 10.1 in the.
It's a track changes version of the actual plan that we're looking at, so it's hard to work out what's new and what's not.
So it's obviously a main mod.
61 of that one.
I think. In here. I mean, I think we know the answer. I think the answer is that, but I think that's where the confusion arose, we think. Does anybody want to say anything about green belt or safeguarded land? Has that clarified things for anybody that was confused?
I think the people that had made most of those points aren't actually.
I think
here
you're
at this
right.
point.
I think Mr. Turan was somebody.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes has his.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
Yeah, I'll keep it fairly brief, Mum. I think we can't completely divorce this question actually from question 4. And when we're sort of talking about the release of safeguarded land, clearly to demonstrate exceptional circumstances, there needs to be that functional relationship with the Black Country. So I think for you as inspectors, it's for you to decide whether the evidence that you've heard is robust, and whether you think the requirements that have been reached for meeting the Black Country's unmet need as it stands, that's the 1500, is sufficient, and indeed where that is to be met across the county, obviously following the council's essay review. So that's something that you will need to be comfortable with. But I think, you know, it's quite key really to look at where that functional relationship actually is. So in terms of where we think it's strongest and where there is that further justification, if you like, is around Shifnal and of course the safeguarded land there, particularly my client's sites at Revels Rough. There is a whole dossier of evidence that the council has within its armoury. The Greenbelt Release Exceptional Circumstances Statement, for example, points us in that direction as to where those residing in the Black Country who will, typically want to move to Shropshire and whose needs would be met, should be met in that M54A5 corridor. So again, as inspectors, it's for you to determine, how robust the council strategy is in terms of apportioning some of that growth to what I would deem to be less sustainable and less well-connected settlements. But I think if you do concede the point that further work is required and further sites are to be looked at, then clearly that functional relationship, which is very strong in my view, with Shifnal, would demonstrate those exceptional circumstances to release that from its safeguarded status. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Kells, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to make one point which in a way comes out of that, which is that we, as you know, we don't think that it's the right place to put houses in Shropshire from the Black Country anyway. We believe there is new evidence. If one was saying now that one would look at those sites in exceptional circumstances as has been put to you, then there would need to be a train of action, particularly in terms of duty to cooperate, because the council, to prove exceptional circumstances, would have to show that it had looked at other local authorities who might provide for that need, because it would now not be under the duty to cooperate stuff that has happened before. It would come under a new situation in which someone was trying to justify exceptional circumstances in a new circumstance. So I think the bar would have to be high. So we don't believe that functionally any of these sites have a good link to the Black Country. Anyway, there are better places anyway, but that's our view.
Thank you. Mr. Weston.
Yeah, I think I follow that logic through, and just please bear with me for my simple mind here for 1 second. So we accept a proportion of unmet need. Obviously, the DTC is an approach there. Is what you're saying before we accept to allocate that or propose that to be met in Greenbelt, we have to then go and talk to adjoining neighbours about how we can offload that onto someone else.
I used the word offload inappropriately. Sorry.
Well,
you know what I mean?
At the very least, you would have to have those discussions with, because if you know it's in the MPPF. That's one. There are a number of requirements you would have to go through, but that's why that's one of the reasons we don't think there are exceptional circumstances.
Did you want me to respond to that one? Yeah. Okay.
I've understood the point.
Just while I've got you, Mum, I've tracked down 10.4. Did you want me to just give some clarity on that, or have you?
I think we're, I think we're all right. And yeah, Mr. Wade.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick point, a bit of a theoretical one as well. But the Arabia stage is concerned that if, following the conclusion of these hearings, alternative sites do have to be found for the Black Country, that there wouldn't be exceptional circumstances to be looking at further greenbelt release due to paragraph 141 of the MPPF, and reasonable options and alternative sites outside of the greenbelt should be looked at in the first instance. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that needs a response, does it? Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a really simple point, and apologies, I'm very much stating the obvious here, but just to confirm that exceptional circumstances for greenbelt release have been demonstrated and set out by the council, both in terms of kind of land for housing, for mixed use, employment, and indeed for safeguarding land. So the release from greenbelt is not in question. It is something that council have demonstrated exceptional circumstances do exist here for.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, if we can just make points that are issues rather than agreeing with the council, because we're obviously getting short on time now. Mr. Hill.
Yeah, it's a very brief point, Mum. I think the virtues of Shifnal have been put to you. I'd like to put the virtues of Albrighton to you, but I'm conscious, Mum, that issue was dealt with at stage 1, so I'll refrain from that. It was more really in the context of what's being said to you about the policy basis for exceptional circumstances, and I actually think the council's got it right here. It's paragraph 141.
So are you seeking a change, or are you just supporting the council?
It's to pick up a point that's put to you. It's a very, very brief point that hasn't been picked up yet. Because what para 141 says, it doesn't say you jump to non-green belt. It basically says you look at all reasonable alternatives for meeting identified need, having regard to the strategic policies. That's the key bit. You have to look at the strategic policies of the plan. What's the strategy of this plan doing? It is saying there are locations within the green belt that are important for the development strategy purposes to safeguard land from green belt. So it's not as simple as you do or don't do green belt release. Yeah.
Mr. Bright.
Only a statement that my client would support further safeguarding and or allocations in and around Shifnal to meet the Black Country needs. Thank you.
Mr. Hopkins, do you want to...
We've made we've set out in our statements case in terms of the Greenbelt case. We've also and I won't go through that now. We've also made submissions within our Reg 18 and 19 in terms of exceptional circumstances. I think also referring to the Council's Greenbelt topic paper, GC 46, I think that also considers the exceptional circumstances and the release, particularly employment land. And I'm looking at a particular Stanmore and the release of those sites, P58A and STC 002, which I know we'll come back to those. But in our view, meeting the Black Country needs is very important, and it's an exceptional circumstance and very much capable of that. I think taking into account, as we've heard, the functional relationship of the employment with the Black Country is very important, it's vital. And For example, in the Greenbelt topic paper, GC46, the statement doesn't actually refer to meeting Black Country need, despite it recognising the functional relationship with the Black Country. It doesn't actually state that that is an exceptional circumstance. So it does set out exceptional circumstance, but we would ask that that is recognised within that Greenbelt topic paper, because it clearly is. It has a recognised functional need with that, so it's clearly important to take into account. And we've already made the case about the points have been talked about co-location as well, and the advantage of co-locating housing and employment together, which are clearly again capable of being very special circumstances. Exceptional circumstances. That was it. Thank you.
Microphone. Does anybody else wish to speak? No. Are there anything else any burning issues that we've not covered? I think we've probably exhausted everybody and all the issues. Okay, so it's 4:30. We'll conclude.
Mom,
Sorry.
Just very briefly.
Sorry.
I am actually down to speak for days 3 and 4 because Mr. Rouse isn't available, and without him, I don't have a lot to add, and I can see the points are going to be covered by other people. I'm not now planning to attend on those days. Please don't take it as any level of disinterested, or that we're not still keen. You've got Mr. Rouse's written submissions, which I consider to be comprehensive.
Thank you. That's helpful. Can you let the programme officers know in case we forget, because then they won't put you a seat out. Things. Thank you. So we'll see some of you again tomorrow at 9:30. Another session. Thank you.